Combing your hair with your hand gives me feelings I don't understand. You do this thing when you're biting your lip. It's driving me crazy just looking at it. You know me better than I know myself. I don't wanna live in a world without you. You do this thing when you're biting your lip. It's driving me crazy just looking at it. You know me better than I know myself. I don't wanna live in a world without you. World without you. Driving me crazy just looking at it. World without you. Driving me crazy just looking at it. You do this thing when you're biting your lip. This thing when you're biting your lip, it's driving me crazy just looking at it. You know me better than I know myself. I don't wanna live in a world without you. You do this thing when I'm talking to you, like everything freezes and it's just you. You do this thing when I'm talking to you, like everything freezes and it's just you. You do this thing when you're biting your lip, it's driving me crazy just looking at it. You know me better than I know myself. I don't wanna live in a world without you. Give it to me like without you. Driving me crazy just looking at it.
I turn the mic on. Good morning, everyone. Pardon me. Hope everyone got half decent night's sleep. It's slowly starting to cool down at night time. So slowly starting to get a little bit of a sleep in now. It is needed. You know what? Please just give me one night where it goes back to about 10 degrees where I can actually just sleep nicely and not have to worry about nothing. But either way, sleep is sleep. And I think we all need it because we got an England game coming on tonight. And I must admit that is one thing I'm looking forward to. So definitely going to be going down there to go down the shop, get a couple of beers for tonight, and watch the England game. I mean, Norway. It should be an interesting game, I think, and it's definitely going to be Kane v Haaland, isn't it? That's the way most people are going to be looking at this game. They're going to be the two main players that everybody is going to be watching out for, Kane and Haaland. I mean, what's the score of that one going to be? Like I said, going to be an interesting one. They've got a couple of good players. And yeah, it's going to be a tricky one to call that one. So I'll say hello to a couple of people quick, and then I'll be with guests got in here quickly, and we shall just go with the flow from there. Because since I've now got a bit of time on my hands in the bloody mornings, now we got most of this place rebuilt. I know it don't look like it, that's just rubbish behind dirt. Needs to go down the tip a lot of it, and a lot of baby stuff and bloody cots and prams and all that shit. But yeah, things are looking positive at the moment. And Corey, how we doing, mate? Hope you're good. Dan, you're muted. I just noticed that one. And Drew, how you doing? Yep, I noticed. I have a bad habit of doing that just lately. You know, Phil Coyce, big up, fella. Hope you're all good. Gonna have a drink tonight, I take it as well. And Drew, big up to you too. Tony, how we doing, fella? Big up, Dan and chat. Come on, you England. Why is it every time someone puts an England flag on here, it comes up like a black fucking pirate flag? Why? I see other flags come up on here. I see rainbow flags come up on here. But every time you put an England flag up on here, it comes up as a black pirate flag. That one, I do not know. And Tony, England, Norway 3-1. And Dan 90 Coys, big up to you too. Hope you're good. And also Ben Bryant, morning, mate. Hope you're good as well. Oh dear. Maz, there you go. Add stage. How you doing, fella? You all good?
Yeah, good, thank you.
Yeah, just looking forward to the game tonight, really. Actually looking forward to watching England play for a change.
Yeah. Yeah. I can't say I've really enjoyed this World Cup that much, if I'm honest. Watched bits here and there. I haven't really been that captivated by it. I think it might be like the odd time the games are on and stuff that I'm not really got into it. But I'm looking forward to seeing in England tonight to see, obviously, how they do and stuff. I think Norway are a decent team, so
it's going to be a tricky one. I must admit, I agree with you. I haven't watched that many games because it's just weird times and everything else. And when you got a World Cup that's just literally on another bloody planet and the times on it are just absolutely stupid and everything, you do sort of, it does take it out of you a bit. You sort of, they should just keep it in bloody Europe, I think.
Yeah.
In that aspect, but it goes right. I mean, how can it be in America twice in the past how many years and everywhere else, but England just don't seem to get that World Cup, do we?
I don't. Probably political. Who knows?
It wouldn't surprise me on that one.
Political stuff. Yeah.
I mean, you got any idea on what you reckon score's going to be?
I don't think it's going to be as convincing as maybe some people are suggesting. Like I saw a 3-1 or. I think it's going to be like a 2-1 or a 1-0, something like that. I think it's going to be a close game. It kind of like the whole England team. It all depends on whether Bellingham and Kane are firing, right? That's kind of what it all hinges on. So if I was Norway, I'll just mark those two players really tightly and see how they go.
Bellingham definitely shut me up in the last game. I mean, for me, I think he's a very, very good player, but he's another one. I just don't think he's quite world class, but that's just personal opinion.
Yeah,
but
I think he's a bit overrated, isn't he? He's a bit overrated here.
But in that last game, he did play world class. It's also what's it? Who's his face that went over from Newcastle to Barcelona? Gordon.
Yeah,
I thought he had a banging game in the last one as well.
Yeah,
I don't rate him too highly.
Yeah, he played very well in the last game. Well, I say very well, but yeah, I think he's a bit overrated as well. I mean, don't get me wrong, he's a good player. I mean, I'd have him at Spurs, but
who wouldn't you at the moment in that aspect?
Yeah, exactly. But yeah, look, I mean, I don't think there's like many bad players in that England team. I think the back line's a bit.
Our defence looks a bit dodgy. I think that's. Do you know what? Paper for paper. Just a quick answer here to what's that? Astra 7276. Is that fan you got any good? Yes, and I bloody hope so because it wasn't bloody cheap. But it's Dyson one. It's not like one of the usual fans, and it's an air purifier as well. Used to need that more for the smoking, but it does the bloody job, and you can literally have the thing on 24/7, and it does its bloody job. But for 350 quid, I'd expect it to.
Wow.
I think player for player, that team is one of the more not so good England teams I've seen. If you actually look at it on the paper, player for player, I've seen significantly better.
Yeah, I think you're right there. I think you're right. Yeah, I don't really have too much more to say on it, really. I mean, certain games, I think England have been decent when they've fought back and stuff. Other games, I thought, maybe a bit lucky here and there, but can't complain. We're in the quarters against Norway, so
I mean, it's Argentina's for the taking. Basically, I do feel there is definitely favouritism to Messi.
Yep. Yeah, I mean, I tell you, this is going to upset people.
Go for it, mate.
Like it's just funny how like Arsenal have normalised cheating for the whole world. That's how I feel about it. It's like because Arsenal have bloody normalised cheating, basically, that everyone else is bloody cottoning on and doing it as well. I mean, it's obviously down to the authorities to make sure that they adjudicate things fairly, right, and stuff like that. The
whole thing's corrupt, mate. It's got to be corrupt. The whole thing's corrupt.
And it was confirmed. It was confirmed when Trump, what an idiot, right, calls the president to get a card rescinded back, and then they just do it, and it's just like, I think we're all very delusional if we think there isn't corruption in football all over the place. Not
there's
in
corruption in everything,
everywhere, and. Yeah. Well, we're just spectators at the end of the day.
Look what happened to that. that Italian league when it was the best league on the planet, and then all of a sudden it just found out it was about as straight as a fucking roundabout, wasn't it?
Exactly.
The whole thing just went corrupt
Crazy,
on that.
man.
Brnji, how you doing, mate? You all right?
Big up, mate. Can you come back to me in 2 seconds? Let me just sort a few bits out. I'm very sorry. I kind of rushed on. Two seconds,
Okay.
Danny. I do apologise, my man.
Okay, I will remove you until then. That's fine, mate. Just do what you got to do. Right, so I mean, there's a lot to go through with the England stuff, with the Spurs stuff, but it is sort of getting, I find, very repetitive now. We're at that point where I think we've done a fair few things, and now it's all ifs, buts, and maybes. You're hearing this is definitely going to happen, or that might happen. This one's saying that's definitely going to happen. We're getting to that point now where it's almost the same discussion all the time now with players and everything. Also, almost the same debates and stuff like that. I mean, I think we got a lot to be positive about at the moment. Significantly more to be positive about than negative. But you are allowed to question things, believe it or not. Some people don't like it when you do, but you are allowed to question the things. But just still, the biggest question for me is, I mean, I've done a show on Levy the other night and what I think of everything, and I've changed my mind over the years with it all, and I do think he's very 50-50. But I think the biggest question for all of us here, Maz, Ben, is this actually Spurs waking up to be what we possibly can be and be this real actual big club like some people think we are? As I say, the way I look on it, I don't look on us as a big club, not on the football side, but on the business side, supporters side, everything else. We look down on pretty much most clubs. But when it comes to money we spend and stuff like that, up until recently, we're just in the same tier as Villa and Newcastle, which, even though we've got double the money, double the fan base and everything else. I mean, Max, do you really think this is serious, or is this actually them just being scared and want to stable us up? That's what I'm worried about.
I don't think there's an answer to it until a period of time elapses and we see what happens over the next few years, Dan, to be honest with you. My gut is telling me that it's a reaction to finishing 17th twice and nearly having the whole thing come crashing down for them, which would have been an absolute financial disaster for them and their investment. And they've brought in a manager at the right time, and that manager has incredible power within the club now because of what he did. He saved the club from relegation, and he is a sought-after manager of, like, you know, with the big clubs as well. He is. There's no two ways about it.
Well, Man U was checking him up, weren't they?
Yeah, exactly. And I'm not saying he's like he isn't a Conte, Mourinho, a Pep.
No, of course
Klopp.
not.
He's not. It's not like that, of course. But that bracket underneath that's up and coming, he's certainly one of those guys. He's well liked by the football community in terms of the players. It seems that every player raves about him, which is a really good sign, right? You know, when you're such a good coach that every single player wants to play for you, and they're drawn to playing for you, and they're picking Spurs, who, like you said, once were a big club, probably not anymore. Certainly on the football side, financially, it's a different story. You know, he's in the right place at the right time to make the right decisions and have that power and bring and demand that these players come in. I also think as well is that we've got to give Inic a bit of credit in the sense of, you know, they ain't stupid in the sense that they can see things have gone drastically wrong at this football club. You know, I think anyone with a brain cell can figure out when you're a club the size of Spurs, finishing 17th and nearly having the whole financial institution of that club just burning,
full to shit, basically.
Yeah, right. That they're going to think, you know what, we need to do things differently. So, you know, so far they've, you know, I think it's not ironic, but obvious that Levy's left. They have smashed the wage structure now. They've ripped that apart. Certainly the cap on spending big money on players and bringing them in at all costs seems to have been smashed well and truly now. I mean, £92 million for Tonali is a hell of a lot of money. I mean, if you said to me, even last year or the year before or whatever, Spurs are going to go and spend 85, 90 million for a player, I would have laughed. I would have said, no fucking way. And I would have argued to the cows come home that was never going to happen at Spurs. But they've done it. So you can't, you know, you can't sit back and just because we hate ENIC and Levy and all of that and just say, oh, well, you know, what they've done isn't good, because it is good what they've done so far, but it is a reaction to finish 17th in my point of view.
And I agree with that. And that was why I just wanted to do that show I did the other night, because I've had so many debates about Levy. I've had opinions, changed my opinions, which, believe it or not, you are allowed to do if you can justify it. Not that you should even have to justify it, really, but I do think that a lot of us have basically, it's done, it's dusted. Nothing can change. You can't change the past. It's over. It's finished. And there is actually a future here. And I'm not going to go deep into it, but the only reason there is actually a future at this club is because we managed to get that stadium and we can support ourselves. And Levy did that. Thank you. You fucked up a lot as well, mate. But you've done this for us. You've built the foundations. Now it's down to whoever one of people call it, ENIC 2.0, whatever. Are they just getting up the club to get it stable? Are they building us up to because they want to take us places? Go on.
I don't think that when you say it's Levy's, I don't think it is him at all. Okay, let me break it down. So
go for it.
And I said this on the Big Up the Two Mark show, Sheriff and Cookie, is that Spurs have always been planning since the late 80s, early 90s to either build a new stadium or move into a bigger stadium and even potentially do like a ground share with Arsenal, because of the Inter Milan, AC Milan type model back in those days. And there's been a lot of talk about it for a long time at Spurs, because we were our big club, right? Now, obviously, we had the financial trouble and Sugar came in and saved us and everything, and that got put on the back burner. But that was always the intention, because Alan Sugar back in the 90s had a lot of freehold property in and around Spurs and around different parts of London. And back in those days, to say pre sort of internet e-commerce era, that was the way that you built wealth, right? Through property and stuff. Now, ENIC came in.
It's the way to do it, isn't it?
Yeah. And now even now, came in, bought it off Sugar with the intention of, obviously, they said in their little news article,
they did,
entertainment and all of that, right, to build it. Now, the reason why they pushed so hard for it, certainly Levy, when he was in their good books, is because that's the only way he can build wealth, right? Because he hasn't got wealth himself. It's all Joe Lewis and the kids that have got the money to do it. So he's pushed them down this path, right? And for Tottenham Hotspur to effectively fund this huge infrastructure project, either stadium and other things in and around the club, because it was in Daniel Levy's interest to build that sort of portfolio of property where he can cash in on being a 30% shareholder in Spurs, etc.
He's about 30%, isn't it? Something like that.
Oh, whatever
31%,
it is,
something
20.
like that, isn't it?
I've heard
that's a lot of money.
Figures.
Yeah, it's a lot of money either way. It's a lot of money,
right? So, but ultimately, you know, the decision makers have always been Joe Lewis, because they're the people with the capital, right? They're the people with the actual money in this, so they're the senior partner in all of this. And Levy had their ear for a long time, and let's not forget that Levy leveraged the club. The club has been paying for it, i.e., us, right?
The football fans,
the fans.
I agree.
Right? It's not like their own personal money that built all of this. So I just think it's clear to. I mean, I know we've covered this about 1 million times now. Probably everyone's sick and tired of hearing it, but I just think when we talk about Levy, it's not really Levy. It's more ENIC wanting to do that, so that they can build up that property portfolio, i.e. the value of the club in that way, moreover. But yeah, you know, to your point, yeah, we are lucky that we got the stadium, but that's what we should do. We're Tottenham Hotspur. If Arsenal can build a stadium, why can't we build a stadium? Do you see what I mean? And they built a stadium for this reason, so they can get money in. So we built a stadium for this reason.
But look how long
the other clubs...
this stadium's held them back. It held them back for nearly 20 years. This one ain't going to hold us back for 20 years. I think actually COVID held us back for 2 years in that aspect. It's just the point I make with it. If he's I mean, we're not going to go into a massive one about it. I mean, I'm really looking forward to hear Lubo's side on this one. I just feel that if he's got the shit for everything, which he did and fully deserved on a hell of a lot of it, I still don't think he was the man at the top. But then there's got to be some credit here as well at the end of the day. Love or hate him, he definitely screwed up the football. But the only reason we are in a situation now where we can be looked on as an elite club, basically, and actually act like an elite club now, if Enoch bloody want to. And I think all of us can accept we are a sleeping giant and have been for quite a while now, which is the annoying thing. You've got to give the credit where it's due as well. That's just how I try to do things. I do try and be fair and see both sides to a story. And with that, it is just proven now that we can keep up there with the big boys if we want to. And we've just got to want to do it. And it's not just got to be out of this safety thing that I just don't want it to be that they get us halfway, stabilize us, and then we're basically back to square one again. That's why I asked the question, have we actually woken up, or is this just it scared them that much that they just want stability as such? But I just feel you've got to give credit where it's due, and you also got to rip into it where it's due as well. And I think it's a very 50-50 thing. But one side's done and dusted now, and it's now time to look at the future for it. And if all of a sudden things do go right, and whether Enoch are doing it for the right reasons or not, I think they're personally doing it on the business side because they've done so much on that business side. The only way you can really get more money out of Spurs now, apart from events, is to actually improve that football club, the football side, to then bring in the bigger sponsors and then maybe sell the club for more. If that's why they want to do it, I don't care. As long as they do it, as long as the football gets better players, win things and that, then I'll be a happy man whether they're doing it for the right reasons or the wrong bloody reasons. I mean, seriously, who's going to give a shit on that one? I mean, Lubo, come to you in a second, mate, because Ben was on here. Ben, you ready yet? You got your
AirPods sorry on? About that. It's I don't want to say this on air, but do you remember that issue I had with the mic when I first got this? That's what I was getting again, and yeah, it's fine now, I think. I'm coming through okay, yeah?
Well, no, I can't hear you.
I don't know why I bother sometimes, Danny. I really don't, mate. Oh, look, to answer your original question, do you know what? To be honest, from a personal standpoint, it's something I don't really want to think about. I just want to enjoy what's happening at the moment. You know, for me personally. But I think the way you're going to tell real change has happened and has been implemented is when things are going well and we need that extra player when we're third, second. You know, we need to push forward. You know, I think that is a key sign that a board are ready to really sort of back the project, because it's okay to spend when you need to. But, you know, when you're spending, you know, out of we want to push further, that for me then is when you can, you know, you're going to be fairly confident in the fact when you say this board has changed. But I'll say this much. This is the last thing I've got to say on it, because I didn't want to cut into Lubo's time. With De Zerbi, I feel like this is the first manager we've had in a very long time. I feel like he's got far more power than most of the managers that we've come across. You know,
bit of a poor man's Conte, isn't it?
I don't. And
know only because he hasn't won anything.
Yeah. You know, I don't know if anyone else kind of gets the same feeling about De Zerbi, but
I get Poch vibes off him, if I'm going to be honest.
See,
I am honestly looking forward to this.
I don't think Poch had that much power. I feel like Conte has got a bigger say in certain things, whereas Poch, he just...
I agree with
that. With Poch, can we be honest for a minute? With the players that we got, we caught lightning in a bottle. We caught lightning in a bottle with Poch.
We was lucky in a lot of ways.
A little bit, yeah. I think we managed to throw a team together. I don't think, clearly the club weren't expecting to... you know, to invest that heavily. I mean, look, after the Champions League, they did absolutely nothing.
I mean, he didn't really get back, did he?
This not particularly. No, I mean, when you go into a final with Sissoko and Winks in your team, you know, for me, that's not really backing a manager.
Players we
know?
bought as well. I mean, Alderweireld is a brilliant.
What a signing!
He was a brilliant player for us. Yeah, but he wasn't a quality player at the time. He'd already been loaned out to Newcastle. I mean, to Southampton, basically. It's
from Atletico, yeah. Atletico, am I right?
Atletico, yeah. So he weren't doing too great. He did not get back the way we have been here. But I'll come back to like Ian. How are we doing on a holiday, mate? Is everything good?
Yeah, we've got the one cloudy morning today, so it should start brightening up from 1 o'clock. No, actually, it's a nice break. But you guys are having great weather back in London, aren't you?
No, so, I'm not enjoying it at all, mate, in any means or manner. I am not enjoying this at all.
Well, listen, the weather generally, the weather generally in London over the course of the year is not fantastic. So, you know, I'll come back. I think it's going to be nice going through July, isn't it? I think they're saying so. Listen, it's always nice to wake up and see blue skies, isn't it? Rather than like black and rain pour it, you know, hitting your windowsill. So,
but when you're in London, mate, it's horrible.
It's sticky, in it. It's humid.
Yeah, I can't stand it over here. Go stick me back in Ibiza, Zante, Malia, Portugal, places I've been and stuff like that, and I can handle this stuff. Over here like this, I mean, sometimes I have to sleep on a bloody towel because I wake up and feel I wet the bloody bed where it's just that sweaty. But I mean, I just want to hear your opinion on this. It's not a bloody Levy show and everything, but it has been mentioned, and I do want to take it to Deserby. And you said you did watch a bit of my show the other night.
I haven't yet. I was actually going to sit down because the missus has gone with my daughter to a market this morning. I was going to sit down and watch your show this morning.
Okay, that's fine.
So, but
basically, the whole point I've made is he screwed up in many, many ways. I know people despised him and this, and he was this and this at the club and everything else. But again, looking on both sides of the story, whether Spurs were planning to do this with the stadium before they came or whatever else and that, the fact is it got done while he was here, got the bloody job done one way or another. We are now, and you know, I don't on the football side, I always cut it up to two sides. I don't look on Spurs on the football side as a massive club. I think you put it the better way. An elite club, a big club, I can go with that. An elite club, no. Whereas on the football side, we are elite. If you was business side, if you was to just throw the football bit aside and just look at the paperwork for the business, you'd think we're up there with Munich. You'd think we're up there with Madrid. You'd think we were up there with PSG, Chelsea, Arsenal, Liverpool. But on the whole thing now, and I do feel it is a very positive thing coming up. How do you just portray the whole thing with that, and how do you think we're going to go with the future?
All right, let's just go back to where you started, Dan. How do I feel about? Mate. Sorry. Okay. Right. Enoch. Brilliant at real estate. That's their business.
Mm-hmm.
Real estate, training ground, real estate, stadium. I mean, he overspent by $500 million in the end, but you know, in time that will get paid off. In terms bringing it round to current day, could we have spent this sort of money and these sort of wages, these level wages previously? Yes, we could have done. Listen, it's their club, it's their money. Mm-hmm. They choose to spend how they want to spend it. And that was their choice. And what happened was that they thought they could take the club to a certain level without risk. You know, you can take a club to 5th, 6th, keep the fans coming in, food and beverage high, merchandise high, season tickets all sold out, full houses, and the bringing in, just going back to Paul Mitchell, bringing in the players before Poch joined, because Poch inherited, I think, 8 of the 12 that were his sort of go-tos during those 2 years, over the 2 years. And Poch sort of topped it up with Delhi, Toby, Wanyama and Sonny. That was before transfer inflation hit, because just when he bought that team, then Neymar went for mad money. Mbappe
And
went
that
for
just
mad
totally
money.
screwed everything, didn't it?
And that's correct. And all of a sudden, you know, what players you were getting for 50 or 20 were costing 40. So the business model prior to that, Dan, was perfect for Levy and perfect for ENIC.
Mm-hmm.
They didn't have to, you know, the fees, they weren't spending the 38 million on a was it Tevez or I think, or Aguero that City spent, which was at the time I think a Premier League record, wasn't it? They weren't spending that sort of level money, but you know, you get Toby, Lloris was 12, Vertonghen was 15, Toby was 15. They went up to Sonny with 22, Dembele was 12, and it was all that. All the transfers with that sort of money, so that suited ENIC. You know, they weren't big, they weren't stretching, and I read a report the other year that from the start of the Premier League, Tottenham Hotspur have made more profit than any other club. So bringing it back,
One of the top ones.
No, yeah. the top, Dan,
okay.
the top.
Fair enough.
The other club spent it. We didn't. Now we could have spent that money. We could have stretched. We could have been spending big money. You know, when 60 million was the 90 that it is today, or 90 now, 60 then. We could have been spending the 50s and 60s. We could have been giving players higher wages. We chose not to. That was their choice. You know, they were making money, keeping us relatively competitive without challenging the top teams. And for me, that's why I always hated ENIC, because
I can understand. Because
have a go. You know, have a go. If you don't win a trophy and you don't get there, at least you can't say, "Oh, I should have done this, should have done that." I mean, someone said to me, the worst two words you can say on your deathbed is "what if." And I just felt that ENIC,
why didn't I?
That's right. And I just felt that ENIC up to the last few months, it's been a what if situation. What if they'd have stretched themselves? What if they'd have just gone those extra yards? Would we have won the extra cups? Would we have had better players? Would we have had a stronger squad? Would we have had a stronger subs bench to bring on against Liverpool in the Champions League? Would we have had better midfield players than Sissoko? Funny, Winks was our best player in Madrid. It was one of those days. I think that was probably
anyone can have one of those games.
That's correct.
Anyone can just have a special game.
Yes, that's it. But looking at it generally, Dan, you know, we'd be 4th, 5th, 6th. You know, ENIC took us from a mid-table team to on the fringes. I think it's fair to say over the first 20 years that they were there, 19 years they were there,
but never willing to go that step further.
Yes, correct. So we couldn't challenge sustainably. Poch had the 2 years where we, between 15 and 17, where we actually scored more points than any other team in the Premier League without winning the league. But we were never sustainably competitive, and that's always been my point. These boys can make money; they know how to make money. Put it into the football club. Why haven't they got naming rights? Because the club's been unofficially up for sale for the last 5 or 6 years, and one of the positives that you can offer, you know, when you're selling a club is, you know, you can have your own naming rights. If they were talking to Google or Amazon, just as 2 examples, you know, you could say to them, "There's no naming rights." You could call it the Google Stadium. So that's right, and correct, and it's cost us, you know, conservatively 20 million a year for the last 7-8 years. I mean, so that's a lot of money that they've lost. So
we are now at this stage, basically, the way the FFP works and everything else, that without that stadium, we would not be able to go and do what we can actually do, what we have actually just done, and that is swing a bigger dick than Man U, basically. Because I think if everybody checks up on it, Man U are going to be in serious where they're going to have to hold back a lot over the next few years, because they got to rebuild an Old Trafford, and that's going to cost a lot of bloody money. Yeah, we've got a stadium that basically sustains itself and pays off its own bloody debts. And without that stadium, we would literally just be in the same place as bloody Villa and Newcastle, basically. Because how many clubs have got all the money in the world with the owners, but because of FFP, they can't do nothing with it. And there's been a lot of people complaining about it. It's just not fair. It's not right. It's not this. It's not that. You can't change the rules. The rules are the rules at the end of the day. And now that we do have that stadium and it looks like we could be using it properly for the right or the wrong reasons, whatever, as long as we use it for the football, mate, I don't care.
Mm-hmm.
But it is because of that we can actually all of a sudden just go out there, finish 17th twice. Okay, get a Europa Cup, but there's tuppence money at the end of the day. But we got money through being in the Champions League, and we can actually just go out and go, bang, there you go. It's a big proof to me of what we've just done, but money does bloody talk. And I do think one of the main things that's held us back over the years is wages. I do think that is a massive part of what's done it. But I do think things are definitely looking positive now. So if we're going to slate Levy for everything, I know it's Enoch, the boss is what I always said, but he always took the shit. So you got, if in 5-6 years' time we are actually doing what we should be doing, surely you got to give some sort of thank you there, whether he got it the right way or the wrong way, sort of thing over time. The fact that we can actually, if we want to be a massive, actually be an elite club. We've got everything there to be an elite club. Surely you have to give some sort of thank there.
No, listen, if you get new owners in, Dan, it's probably the best turnkey operation, best turnkey sale in the Premier League, because, you know, you look at United, they're going to have to probably put down, what, 20%, you would think, on the ground in terms, you know, they'll borrow 80. I can't see banks
it's about 4 billion they've got to pay on it. I mean, when we made it just before COVID, now everything is like 3 or 4 times the price, isn't it?
Yeah, no, I think listen, I saw, funny enough, just sidetracking, I saw a statement from United this week saying that because the plans aren't finalised yet, they can't put a figure on it. So to put a figure on it would be irresponsible. But if you're looking at it realistically, ours costs 1.2. If you double it, call it 2.5 billion. So call it 2.5 billion. You would think the banks wouldn't lend more than 80%. And so you're looking at United having 500 million cash to put down to borrow the other 2 billion, which means you know, they're looking at, I mean, I read a report saying that they're looking at the wage structure very carefully at the moment. They've gone through, they've done all the, they've looked at the infrastructure within the club, the non-playing sides. And we've seen a lot of people lose their jobs over the last couple of years at United, and now they're looking at wages. So for me, you know, the Fernandez situation, we went in there and they couldn't compete. And when's that ever happened before? So, you know, yes, listen, Enoch have, by being frugal on the football side, because we survived this season,
skin of our teeth.
we're in a stronger position, but the way they behaved, Dan, could have cost the club an absolute fortune. It would have cost a loss of 270 million in the coming season. That the asset value would have dropped probably by $1.5 billion, because no one's talking about conservatively 3 billion in the Championship. You're not going to get that sort of money for a club in the Championship, you know, with all the loss of income. So for me, the strategy that they built of just taking us so far and just copying the profit was built on quicksand a little bit, because if we had gone down, you know, the whole thing could have crashed very, very quickly, and that's not a sustainable business model.
I think the only thing there that would have kept us alive in that aspect is the stadium would have still paid itself off, basically. But can you come straight up from that? It's a different story. But things are definitely looking bright. I think all of us can sit here, and whether one wants to look and thank that person or this person or that person, is it for the right reasons or not? I mean, I'll come to you, Savva. How are we doing this morning? And things are looking bright, are they not? Things are actually looking like we actually want to do something. You're actually getting excited for next season.
I just think we're acting like a normal club. I think one of the key things is I think loads of people are getting really carried away because we're doing what we should have been doing. Yeah. Like Van Hecker, Tonali, Senesi, Fernandez, these are players Spurs should be getting because we haven't got them for years and years and haven't targeted those players. I think we've all gone a little bit doolally, haven't we? Like, oh my God, we should be getting these players. We should be able to go to Newcastle and West Ham. I know Senesi was a free. We should be able to go to Brighton. We should be able to go to these clubs and say, I want that player. And that's why when I said, look, like with Tonali, for me, top player, people are going, oh my God, best signing since Clinton. And I'm like, no, I think Tonali's a really good footballer, but these are the signings we should be making, Dan, for me. They're the signings where you go, this isn't anything special. It's just that Spurs have got us so whipped over the years that we're used to seeing Bergvaus and Sars and Greys and Richarlisons and Solankis, that when we start buying like a normal football club, we all go, this is amazing.
It's like I'm going to put probably a poor analogy, but it's like being bullied every day for the last 10 years, and then the 1 year that they don't bully you, you're like, oh my God, isn't that amazing?
Yeah, absolutely.
Do you know what, Maz? Like, and Lubo, you get to speak to me every day, you lucky thing. One of the things that I want to see is when people are talking about, is this change? Can we kick on and be a really top club? We've got to see that transfer windows like this are not the anomaly, right? Now, don't get me wrong. I'm not saying that every year we're going to go out and sign 7 or 8 first-team players, because that's not what big clubs do. Look at the Arsenals. They don't need to get 8 out and 8 in. Arsenal now have got a top squad. They can get 2 or 3 out, 2 or 3 in, and just keep it ticking over. What I want to see from Spurs is, are we going to act like this if we finish 4th, 4th, 5th and get Champions League football, or we get Europa League football, and no fans are crying and screaming that ENIC are terrible? No one wants the manager out. There's no disarray. We quite like the football because it's fast, front-footed football. When everything's calm, are Spurs going to go, right, now we put our foot on the afterburner and we go again? Now we go, thanks Kinski, but look at this top-class keeper that's become available. Thanks, I don't know, thanks Kudus, thanks Madison, whoever it is, whoever on the pitch, thanks, but we're now going to that level. So, to quote a Luboism, the micro, this is great. What we're seeing right now in this window is great. But we're not going to know if ENIC have actually changed until we get to next summer, the summer after. Because at the moment, Dan, you know this, Maz, Brnji, Lubo, we all know this, right? It's easy to strengthen from a position of weakness, right? Because your backs are against the wall, right? There's nowhere to go other than 17th and relegation.
Sure. They had no choice. That's the thing, isn't it?
Exactly, Lubo. They had no choice. Backs against the wall. The fan base are up in arms. The media are on us. There's protests. There's marches. There's bus parades. They had to act. Show me this next summer. If we get 5th and all is going well, show me that we go and drop another 300 million, whatever it is, and buy 3 or 4 top-class footballers. Now ENIC have changed. Not through desperation. And that's why when I heard earlier you were talking about, has De Zerbi got power? De Zerbi, sorry, last thing I'll say, De Zerbi for me is a very lucky guy. De Zerbi's come in when the position
first
of the
manager ever backs, basically.
Right. But
Yes.
he's come in, Dan, where backs are against the wall, and he could turn around and go, you're in the shit. I want 12 million a year and I want wholesale changes. Poch had us top 4 or 5 every single season. Right? Poch didn't need wholesale sweeping changes. So there was no pressure for Poch to go. De Zerbi looked at this squad and went, this is shit. I need much better players. So I think we all need to kind of keep calm on ENIC and on De Zerbi. Have this season, let it play out. Let's not sack a manager at the moment he has 5 games without a win. Right? Let's not get on his back the moment we don't like a January or a February. And let's see what the season brings.
Well,
sorry.
No, it's
And
fine.
that's one of the points I made at the start of the show. It's all great to be grateful that we've signed all these players and everything, and that everyone's saying, "Oh, ENIC's changed" and all this sort of stuff. But you need the passage of time to figure out whether they've actually changed, because it's
For
not,
sure.
you know, it may this window is important, as we say, every single bloody window is the most important window ever.
Yeah.
But it's actually what happens, like you said, in the January, the next summer, and the next summer after that. We need to see a consistency and a direction from the club that they haven't shown before for us to think they've actually changed. Because what they might do is that, let's say they bring in a striker that we're all happy with, right? And that's their business done for the summer. They spend another 100 million, right? Mill, that you're thinking, you know what? They spent 300 million. We're quite happy with that. But if they now don't then strengthen over the next 2 windows, it's pointless. We're going to be right back in the same position we are in a few
Maz,
years'
if
time.
Kinski gets injured in December, just using him as an example as the number 1 goalkeeper, Kinski gets injured in December and he's missing the rest of the season. I want to see that Spurs go into January, put their balls on the table and go, right, we're buying a brand new number 1, right? If our star striker gets injured, I want to see, right, are we going to... That will show me, not backs to the wall. Panic.
Basically, how Arsenal acted with Eze, basically.
Right.
I mean, Ben, you were one who definitely agreed on this when I spoke about it. And I spoke about it with a few people, and I think practically everyone did agree with it. I mean, January, you would have expected to see something. I think most of us did. And that was what gave, I think, a few of us a bit of a panic shock in the aspect of what the fuck. But it wasn't until this summer, whether we finished 3rd or whether we finished bloody 17th, that you was actually going to see whether we actually meant business or not. And then it's going to take another summer or 2, basically, to show how much business we actually mean, isn't it? Because January is a bit of a tricky one, but we could have still got more than Gallagher. You're on mute.
First time I've done that in a while, mate. I do apologise. No, you're right. We've had this conversation a million times, and you're right. You know, I agree. I think if you look at it, if you stand back and take a look, I think this transfer season, this transfer window was always going to be the one, right, that would sort of define this ENIC 2.0. And to be honest, as it stands, I mean, look, listen. January, as you said, it's a difficult window for any club. You know, you're always expecting to pay more. It's a tough time to do business. But as we've said, you know, this window really was a defining moment. I wanted to ask everyone else a bit of a question, just a personal opinion here. If we finish this transfer window with a striker and a left winger of notoriety, of good quality, do ENIC have credit in the bank for the first time in 25 years? Just personal
100%.
opinions.
100%.
Not for me.
100%.
No? How come, Savva? What makes you say no?
Because backs are against the wall and it's desperation.
Just out of necessity. Okay.
This is purely out of necessity. This is
Fair enough.
This is 10 years of building a shit squad, 10 years of not buying properly, and they're going to dig themselves out of that hole in one window. I think we've got to remember, this is their job. When we're asking for credit to be given, this is their job that they've done badly for decades.
Yeah, there's no getting away from that. Yeah.
So for me, would it be credit in the bank? No. I think I would rephrase it, Brnji. This for me goes towards, are they starting to build the bridge of repair?
I think Ben was more saying, how would you rate the window, basically? I think that was what you were trying to more come across as. Is that right, Ben? Like, how would you rate
No,
the window?
not quite. It was genuinely
No? Okay,
how do people feel about ENIC? If this, listen, what Savva's saying is 100% correct. The problems we've made, they've made it off their own back. This is their own doing. So, and again, he's right. This would be that pathway, that repair to begin. But as I said when I first came on, I think you see real signs of change when you're hunting for that top 4, when you're hunting for that league win, and you need your owners to invest an extra player or 2 that will get you over the line. I think that's when you see sort of real sort of change coming in. But look, listen.
Can I add something to that?
Go for it, then. How are you doing anyway?
I'm good, lads. How are you guys doing? Hope you're well. Just to add, it's kind of a bit more on what Brnji and Savva were saying. I'll go one above you, Savva, with what you were saying. I don't believe for 1 second that ENIC are doing this for the fans. They ain't doing this for the football team themselves. They're doing it they're doing it because they nearly lost a huge chunk of what their assets worth, right? That's why they're doing it, because they know that if they do not do this, then there is a massive chance that we get relegated this season, and then the asset goes from 4 billion to 2 billion or 1 billion, and then it
Three
makes it
strikes
even
and you're out, basically.
yeah. But what the whole point of it is that it makes it even more difficult for them to want to sell the business, because how can you then go from having a valuation of 3 to 4 billion to then wanting the same money but a club's in the championship and you're earning less money now, right? It just doesn't work. It would have taken years for them to get back to where they would like Spurs to be, so that they can sell it for the highest profit they can sell it for. So and that's the ultimate goal.
Danny, I said, fun enough, I said this a few weeks ago. It was interesting because
I said this last year, Lubo.
I don't agree. No, I don't agree much with what Simon Jordan's been saying lately, but I do agree with something that he said a few weeks back, when he said that Spurs have survived, and he was asked, do you think ENIC will sell? And he said, well, not at the moment. They'll be looking to build the business back up. They've just lost a sponsor. They finished 17th twice. They're not in Europe next season. So they'll want to build it back up, make the club much more attractive to buyers, and then sell it. And for me, to get Spurs sustainably competing with the Cities and the Arsenals and the Liverpools, how much have they got to spend? 6, 7, 800 million over the next few years? Do they really want to do that?
They've got to spend it wisely,
I think,
Lubo, if they do. And I do feel that if you go and look at it, we always have spent the money. It's just we've spent it extremely poor. And I think most of that has actually come down to the bloody wages that we was just
correct,
not willing
100% correct.
Maybe it's a pipe dream.
Correct.
Maybe it's a pipe dream from me, but I just have a funny feeling that Spurs are going to keep doing what they're doing. Maybe not at this level they're doing it this summer, but I think they're going to keep improving in the right way over the next 2 years, right? I hope they do, but I also believe it because I think that's the way that they're going to get the maximum amount of revenue for their football club when they do get the right offer. Because I think that if you've got a stadium that's still got no naming rights, for any potential buyer, that's like a gold mine. That plus, then if you've got a football team that's actually competing for top 4 or top 5, right? In the way the football is today, if you are at that level, you are going to earn more money than anyone else, because that's just the way it is. If you're in the Champions League consistently, you are going to get more money. So from a business perspective, it's better for their revenue, right? But it's also better for their prospects of putting this club on the market and making it all nice and shiny for a buyer. And I've just got this weird feeling, before you say anything, Lubo, I've got this weird feeling that something's going to happen with PIF fund, because the way that they are with Newcastle right now, I don't think they want to be there as much anymore, because they're worth trillions, aren't they? So they could their problem is that they want to spend and make something as big as best as possible, but they're very restricted. It's like they've got handcuffs on.
Danny,
so I wouldn't be surprised in the next few years if we see something. Huh?
I think they're worth 200 billion plus. They shadow Manchester City's owners. They are by far the wealthiest club.
It's the Saudi investment fund.
Danny, I tell you about Newcastle. I was up there a few years ago. I went on I was on a stadium tour.
Yeah.
The stadium needs upgrading in terms of all the corporate facilities, etc., is an understatement. Because they've got grade 2 listed streets around the grounds, they can't build the grounds,
right,
unless they go down. They can't build the ground the way they want to do it, which is why they're looking at other sites.
Right.
And so that's their problem. They spent heavily in their first couple of seasons. And you look at the players they were buying. They were sticking 60 on Isak. They bought Guimaraes, etc. So they spent it, and they sort of put themselves into a straitjacket a little bit because they can't really get their revenue up that much.
Yep.
Now they put tickets. Obviously, my wife's from there, and we got close friends up there who have said that They smashed up season ticket prices this year, obviously because they need to try and get more money in. Which is why it's strange that they're selling all that. Well, they're selling all their crown jewels because they're short of money. But I just want to go back a few minutes to what Brnji was saying in terms of context with ENIC. ENIC, whichever report you believe, made 100 or 150 million available during the January window just gone, and it wasn't their fault that between Frank, Lange, Vinay, they completely screwed it up. Paratici told them to go and buy Akliouche. Frank and Vinay. Frank, yeah, hang on. Frank's
is that a fact? Is that on company
They
house?
employed all these people. Like, why do you act like if I employ employees and they mess up, who do you think my customers go to?
Yeah. I've got to be honest, guys. I genuinely think that the reason why they didn't go and spend the money they probably should have done in January is because I don't think they knew what they wanted to do with Thomas Frank. I think there was already the feelings they wanted to get rid of him, and then I think the risk was for them if they go and buy players for a manager, and then they sack him like a few weeks later, it's going to be. But
Danny, November, December, Paratici was telling them, because Paratici went in Jan, didn't he? Early Jan. Paratici was telling them buy Akliouche. And Frank and Frank, backed by Lange, was saying, no, we want Paqueta. Well, Paqueta wasn't interested. He was going home, wasn't he? So
I don't think they took it serious enough on the relegation bit. I think
they did
give them that shock. I think they looked on it. I mean, again, it's all opinionated.
No,
like the season before, where you pretty much knew we weren't going down. I don't think they realised it was going to be this close, and it nearly bit them in the arse, big time.
But hang on, I want to go back, because first of all, I do love how Lubo has become ENIC's #1 cheerleader this summer.
I think he's just being fair.
It's a nice change. No, that's not being fair.
Sav, I'm just outlining facts. That's all.
Hang on. You're outlining Lubo facts, right? I'm sorry. In the January transfer window, let's take it back further. When they decided that they had no balls as an organisation and that they weren't going to employ either Lang or Paratici as the director of football, they were going to put them both in. Most sensible people sat there and went, this is a recipe for disaster, because what if there's a player one wants, the other one doesn't? We're now in this situation.
Yeah,
that is completely on ENIC. If
that's ENIC, correct?
Right, ENIC should have turned around last summer and either gone, right, one or two things happen. Either Lang is with us and he's our guy. Sorry, Paratici, don't need you. Or, sorry, Lang, Paratici's now available to work again. See you later. But I'm not going to hear, I'm sorry, I don't believe in any way, shape or form that Thomas Frank was turning down players of the level of Akliouche, Lookman, etc. in January. I'm sorry, there's no way that he's not a silly man, right? Whatever you think of him as a manager, there's no way he's going, it's Paqueta or nothing. I don't believe that.
I think it's the club. I think it's a club were too scared to pull the trigger, because I think they had a feeling that he was going to go, and they weren't going to keep him.
Or they weren't willing to pay the money, the wages.
Yeah, or that. Yeah. True.
Or it was this is your budget, which wasn't big enough, right?
Yeah.
And they're operating within the constraints of that budget, which means that they couldn't get these players.
Yep.
Either way, all roads lead back to the people that give them the budget.
Yeah.
Ultimately, right? This is why I don't agree with Sean's stuff, where he says, "Oh, but what about the managers underneath that made the bad decisions?" Well, they're all culpable, aren't they? But ultimate culpability is the people that steer the ship,
and the ones that implement the plan. Right?
Exactly.
If you had implemented either Lang or either Paratici, by Lubo's logic, I love Lubo's logic, Spurs would have had someone in January, whoever it would have been, right? But I just fail to believe that any Spurs manager's turning around and going, I've got Matisse Tell on the left wing. Yeah, I'll say no to Akliouche and look. I don't believe this. This is a narrative that is... this is a narrative
nonsensical.
We're saying to make ourselves feel better about Spurs just fucking up another transfer window. I'm sorry, it can't. it can't be that. It can't be on one hand. Paratici. I thought Paratici was shit, by the way. Sorry,
I do too. I do too.
I'm not going to sit here and suddenly go, "Oh, Paratici." If they listen to him, half the squad's Paratici, isn't it?
Yeah.
No. A lot of it is Lang. A lot of it's Lang because
go on, Lubo. Give your side to it. Go on, mate.
Well, listen, I've heard differently. I've been told differently that listen, Paratici left, didn't he? Because he wasn't being listened to. We know that. That's a fact. The guy's gone. He left and he joined Fiorentina. So I'm sure we're not going to dispute that. Why did he leave? Because he wasn't being listened to. Because he was putting forward players. He actually said, I want to be taken seriously by a serious football club, and he wasn't. So, and you know what? For whatever we think of Paratici at Tottenham, he went out. Fiorentina were rock bottom. They finished 6, 7, 8 off the bottom by the time with the players that he brought in January. So he's not that much of an idiot. He was in charge of bringing in players for Juventus for 10 years.
Hold on. Lubo, let's judge him on prior to Lange coming. What players out of the players that came actually made it?
Okay, well let me start with one that I've been.
The only one.
He's going to say exactly. Romero. He's going Romero. He's going Romero.
Come on, let him give his point. Come on, Lubo. Let Lubo give his point, and then everyone can come out all guns blazing or agreeing everything else. Come on, Lubo. give your full point across. No one's going to go on it. Give your full point.
Okay, well, I think his first signing was Romero, wasn't it? Who up to last season I thought was pretty decent. He brought in Bentancur and Kulusevski that helped shape Conte's second half charge to 4th place. He brought in Basuma. Everyone was excited about Basuma joining. He'd had a superb season at Brighton. We got him for a deal because he only had a year left. He brought Udogi in, Dan, who you saw. You watched Italian football more than me. He was superb the year before. Yeah, Udogi. Who else?
These are players we should be signing. Like they're not they're not game changing.
I don't think that's the argument he's having. Let Lubo finish his point. He's got a few more to bring in here. Come on, bring in the rest of them you're talking about.
Has he got a few more players?
I don't know. It seems. Well, we shall find out.
Listen, but before he got a hernia and started giving away goals from outside, not getting down to shots he should have done last season, I thought Vicario had a couple of good seasons.
You just named 6 players, right? That realistically, over their Spurs careers, what have they done? Let me rephrase that question, Lubo. Of those 6 players you've mentioned, who of those has been consistently good for Tottenham since they've been brought in?
Well, I thought for 4 years, I thought Romero.
Oh.
Before last year. Listen, me and you, we've had this argument on the WhatsApp group all morning.
It's just one of those things that's you're just going to have to agree to disagree on that one. And you know whose side I'm on with that one as well. But
I know, Dan. Listen,
they won us a trophy, mate.
Sorry, he won us a trophy. Yes, listen, he was superb in Bilbao, wasn't he? He was superb in Bilbao.
Let's erect a statue of him then. Come on, let's erect a statue. It's like erecting a statue.
I'll give you, have Romero. I completely disagree, but Romero. Bentancur has been in and out for 4 years, right? Kulusevski's been in and out for years. Obviously, I know the last year with the injury, right? Vicario, I'm not having it. He is dreadful. I never wanted him. I never thought he was a good goalkeeper. Udogi's done the square root of nothing in a Spurs shirt, right? So when you're going, Paratici's done really well. Emerson Royale, Galini, right? Clement Longley,
Brian
Richarlison, right? Papa Sarr, Brian Hill. I'm sorry, this is the revisionism here that Paratici did a good job. Oh, look, funny that.
No, he's on holiday. He's on his phone.
Yeah, funny that. It went right at his time, yeah.
No, he'll jump back on if he can.
His phone realised that it was getting roasted. So
no, I think the point he was making, which, do you know what? In some aspects, I can agree with if he's trying to portray it the way I'm seeing this, is when those transfers were made, they were good transfers at that moment. I mean, I was very excited about Basuma. Liverpool was willing to pay something like 60 mil for him. And what was it? Where was he at? Brighton? It was Brighton, wasn't it? Yeah, they wanted a significant amount for him. At the time, the buyers were actually good buys.
But
You looked at them and thought,
it's
yeah,
not.
they turned out
hold on,
terrible.
hold on.
I'm agreeing
Dan,
with that. They turned out.
It's
but
not the
time,
fact of them
people thought they
bringing
were
in
good.
the players. You got to judge them on how they turned out.
Oh, in the
right?
end, yeah, they turned out
Yeah,
terrible.
right.
You know, I don't
and
agree
that's
with
what
that.
you
But
judge
at
them
the
on. You
time,
can't just
they
judge
were
them,
good
judge
buys
them
at
on the
time.
signing. Because if the
Would you have took
we
Basuma at the time?
could sign Messi, but if Messi doesn't work out at
Mhm.
Spurs and he's dreadful, does that doesn't just the name doesn't qualify him as great,
No,
does it?
I
It's got to
get
work
that.
out.
But at the time, you would not have argued with Basuma when we bought
No,
him.
but
We don't know how Tonali's going to work out. He could be the biggest flop ever. Not that I think he will
and
be.
then there'll be a
But
bad
at the
market
time,
against
they were at the time. Anyone would have thought they were stable buys. Yes, half of them were absolute dog shit, and you wondered why the hell did you do that. But the ones that Lubo has actually give there, where I will sort of half go on his side there, is at the time they were bought, they looked like stable, good buys, and they just turned out to be a complete car crash. I think that's the point he's trying to get across. I would have snapped up Basuma all day long because he was a player that, personally, I think he had a lot of potential.
But Dan, what's the job of a director of football?
Oh, I get that, but at the time, would you have argued with those buys?
But the thing is, as a director of football, and to tell where a director of football's been good, you are buying players for a system. You are buying players for a manager, right? And then if that manager leaves, so for example, if you've bought, let's just say Adogi, right? Because the excuse that's always given for this guy, who again has done nothing for me in about 4 years or 3 years that he's been here, is
I agree.
He's a wing back, not a left back. Okay. Well, the job of the director of football then is to go, we don't play wing backs anymore. Let's move these players up and bring in. Right. So part of his job isn't just who did he bring in at the time. It's as you move forward, what is it that the football club needs?
No, his job as a whole, he has screwed up. But the only bit I'm agreeing with Lubo on here is at that time, no one would have really complained about any of the ones he mentioned. But they just fell. But they fell off a cliff basically, and it should have been fixed a lot quicker.
Dan, we were complaining when these players were coming in, right? Because they never did enough. But we were like thinking, why the hell?
When they were first bought, those ones, Maz, yeah. But when they were first bought, people like me and a couple of others on here went and watched Adogi. No, went and watched Adogi and said, "Oh, I look forward to him coming at Spurs. He looks like he's going to be bloody good." I'm not saying they turned out good. I'm not saying we shouldn't have got rid of him. You know me. We should have trashed most of that lot.
But here's the thing. I think this is the point that's being missed.
Not many complained with Kulusevski. Not many complained with Bentancur at the time. It's just they've ended up a car crash.
He was bringing in players, right, for systems, and then the managers were being turned over like the following year, and they were still buying players for the previous manager, right? Yeah. That is not a good director of football, right? Because it shows he's got no plan and no vision, right? He was bringing in, like, who did he buy Pepe Sarr for? Conte. We're having a laugh, right? Do you see what I mean?
I think he bought Pepe Sarr for the club.
I'm
exactly.
agreeing. He only buying club signings.
He's a couple of the buyers he made.
With Lang.
They didn't look bad.
If Lubo's allowed to do this with Paratici,
then anyone could do it with anything. Go on,
it's true.
Hang on, if we look at Lang, then let's look at the people while Lang's been at this club, and I can give you a lot more than Paratici, right?
Yeah.
James Maddison, right? Sandro Tonali, Fernandez, Van Hecker, Senesi, Andy Robertson, Conor Gallagher, right? All of these players,
who we've sold £50 million.
But that was Paratici, by the way. Vuskovic was Paratici.
Okay, but you get my point, right? People were saying that Van der Ven, right? You're saying all of these players we could say are in Lang's tenure.
Yep.
Now, this for me isn't saying I think Lang's better than Paratici. I don't think either of them are very good. But
he's just had a car crash period where he's had to go and make those buys. People were saying, isn't it?
But there's this revisionism. Paratici's done this great job where a lot of what has failed in the last 3, 4, 5 years is his. But yet we're going, Paratici did a great job. And I'm not judging Fiorentina, who shouldn't have been in a relegation battle anyway. I'm not going to say Paratici's gone there in January and suddenly he's a transfer mastermind because they managed to get themselves out of relegation.
No, I think the
That's not
point here.
Also, can I just add one thing, Sav?
Go on, Dan. Go on, Dan.
Sorry, one thing.
That's
Also,
right.
we've got to remember the players that the managers have turned down. For example, players like Kvaratskhelia, right? Before he went to Napoli, he was offered to Conte, and Conte said no, he didn't want him. So if they decided to go and buy, there's always decisions who've come from not just the managers that haven't worked out in our favour, but also from everyone really. So you could also look at the players that managers have turned down when maybe they could have been really good players for us.
That's very true as well. I mean, Poch was actually known that he did actually get offered a couple of players and he turned them down, but we don't know. I just think the point that Lubo's trying to get across here, Lubo, tell me if I am misunderstanding it, is that at the time he bought some of those players, they did look like good buys. Yes, they've turned out complete car crashes, complete screw-ups. We should get rid of pretty much all of them, bar maybe one. But at the time, they did actually look like good buys. It's just none of them bloody worked out. Is that the actual point you're trying to get across, or am I misunderstanding it?
No, Dan, you're right, because at the time, Perisic is following a player. He's following Romero. Was it Atalanta?
Mm-hmm.
He's following Romero. Romero won Defender of the Year in Italy. You're looking at it thinking, blimey, this guy's putting in top performance after top performance. I'll bring him in. Basuma, you could say, well, the same with Udogi in Italy as well, was playing really well. Vicario was up to number 3 in Italy.
He was doing well in Italy at the time.
Yes, he was.
Yeah. So Perisic is, whoever it is, whatever director of football, listen, we haven't got, as far what Sav was saying about the styles, we don't have a macro structure at the club, unfortunately. If we did, if we had that, and we had a structure and we had a style of play that would be consistent, regardless of what manager you bring in, then yes, the director of football should get it right pretty much virtually every time, couldn't he? Because he's working to a set remit. Perisic was working, I don't know, Spurs just did it on the hoof, didn't they? For 25 years.
Like everything, yes.
That's right.
I can go
That's
with that.
right. So there's no planning. So he's looking at it thinking, right, who would be good for Conte? Conte plays wing backs, Porro, Udogi. So they're brought in for Conte. Conte goes. Porro came in, played his first game at Leicester, I think, beginning of February, and Conte's gone 7 weeks later. As it turns out,
he's still here. He's still here 4 years later, Porro, and we still don't play wing backs. So you have to ask the question: what's the club like at any point?
No,
I have asked.
Your Lang could have. I'm not saying this isn't anything personally against Porro. I'm just talking positionally.
Yeah.
Spurs have then kept Porro for 4 years as a right back when he's not really a right back. So,
I agree.
as a director of football,
no,
you
of
have
course,
to evolve and move. And this is why I think Lang and Paratici for me are both not good enough. Both not good enough.
No, I totally agree. I don't think either are good enough as well.
I think that's a different question, isn't it? That's a different question than what than what Dan was asking. Are they good enough? Is a different question.
They looked good, but they ended up crap. It's like I'm one who just believe. I personally think unless De Zerbi has a plan for Porro, i.e., using him to the same sort of category as Klopp did with Trent. I just don't see why we would keep him. I think he's a waste of a player just using him as a right back. He can't defend for shit, but he can attack, and he is a very good wing back. Now, if we're going to drift it to 3 at the back at times and let him bomb up the pitch like a wing back he can, now I can totally understand if we keep Porro. I can totally understand it. But if we want to use him as a right back, personally, I'd rather play Spence there if I'm going with a flat back line, personally.
Yeah, agreed.
I don't think any of us know how he's actually going to play. So I think De Zerbi knows it good enough, and he does like playing fast counter-attacking football as well. I've seen him play a couple of types of football, and with the 2 midfielders we've got, you can push with them, but you can also sit back with them, double pivot with them. This is the advantage we've got with these two.
Can I just add one thing, Dan? I think he likes to play fast on the transition. So like when we're transitioning the ball, whether that's counter-attacking or when with the ball or without the ball, when we have the ball, he wants to transition it really fast, which is why I think he's brought in all these technical kind of players to do that.
Yeah, And Tonali's a brilliant player to do that. And if you want Porro to do that as well, you can cut into 3 at the back, or you can get Tonali or Fernandez, who do both have the capability of dropping back into a back 3 if it's needed, and let Porro go up the other end of the pitch, basically. That one can work fine as well. But if we are not going to use Porro for doing that, why the hell would we even keep him? But I've got enough faith in De Zerbi to think that he's going to do it the right way.
Don't you think that this is really important now? Everyone's saying that De Zerbi is buying all the players at the moment. Don't you think this is important, why that can't be the case moving forward? That you've got to have a director of football that comes in and is aligned with De Zerbi.
Yeah.
So that if De Zerbi goes, Spurs have a structure, not just we had a manager with a structure. That's
what I
worry right now as well.
This is
I completely disagree with that. I might be the only one.
Ben. Go on, Ben.
No, Sav, I get your point, but I completely disagree. I think that's probably where Spurs' biggest failings have been. Because it does feel, I mean, the conversation we just had, it does feel like the players we've bought are always for, previous systems, which I think is a big problem. But for me, if you're going to invest into a manager, and back a manager, then you've got to give him what he needs for his system. So,
sure, but we're Tottenham Hotspur, not Roberto De Zerbi FC.
I understand that, I do, but I think if you're going to be successful,
all right, name me a club that does it. I'll do what I did to you yesterday. Name me a club that does it that way.
Off the top of my head, I can't think of any clubs that do it
because they don't do it that way.
But that doesn't mean they don't do it, though. I mean, okay, clubs that do it. God, I hate it when you put me on the spot. Okay, clubs that have done it.
Because it doesn't exist. Top clubs have a director of football that runs the show. They don't.
Mourinho right now.
I think the way this is. I think you're actually both right on this one. If I'm translating it the right way, yeah. Ben's saying that basically you need the players that suit the bloody manager's style of play. Savva's saying, if I'm taking this right, I'm sure if I'm taking it right, you're basically saying, full stop, we need a style of play. Yeah. Forget the bloody manager. Like basically what I've been complaining about at Spurs, where there has been, when people do talk about, he doesn't play the Spurs way, this and that. Not De Zerbi, like Frank, other managers I'm on about, is he doesn't play the Spurs way. When I've said the only consistent Spurs way in 70 years has been Spursy. There has been no consistent style of play at Tottenham for about 70 years, bar 5 years here and there. So what Spurs should be doing is saying, right, this is how we want to play. This is how we're going to play. So every manager we have after De Zerbi, whatever else, has to be the type of manager that sticks to that. So that when you get the next manager in, you're now not having to go to a manager that uses wing backs, and then the next one comes in, one that uses fullbacks, and the next one.
But the difference is you have to buy quality. That's the difference.
Yes, because then I think you're both right on what you're saying.
Scratch beneath the surface. See, the thing is, again, we're thinking purely about signing now, right? The director of football, right, has the club's interest at heart moving forward, right?
If there is a set style of play to the club, isn't it? And that's what we need to have.
Yes. But the director of football is the one with the long-term vision, and he is the one that sets up the scouting network, right? Gets the data team working. He is the one that has the long lists of players, because otherwise the problem is, if you are always going to be in a model where you only buy players that the manager has suggested, when your manager leaves, you are right back to square one again, where there's no scout. But
do you not think to maximise the...
Hang on. There's no scouting team in place that know what they're doing, because they all worked purely for De Zerbi. And this is why Man City, people say Pep picked the players. Pep's been on multiple times saying, I don't pick the players. They know what I want. They know what I want. They put the players in front of me, and then I go, yeah, you know exactly what I want, because he had the bond with Tiki Buckenstein, whatever his name is. Right? Luca Berta at Arsenal. This isn't Arteta's not picking every player at Arsenal. Don't be fooled into thinking Arteta's going to Luca Berta and going, I want boom, 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 boom.
It's like you said, Sav, it's the alignment, right?
Right, alignment. So you've got to have a director of football. So we can say it's all right because it should all be about De Zerbi. What happens in January? Hypothetical. What happens in January when Bayern Munich sack Vincent Kompany? Hypothetical. And they go, hey, De Zerbi, come to Bayern Munich, and we all go, shit, who's scouting?
And then what it should be is like what Ben was getting at in the aspect of, yes, you buy for the manager who the manager wants and whatever. And then when Bayern Munich come in and take De Zerbi, like you said, just a point, the next manager we get in plays the same way as De Zerbi. So he then doesn't have to sit there and totally reboot the whole system. So what Spurs actually need to do for the first time in 70 odd years is actually get a foundation of how they want to play football. So that when the next manager comes in, philosophy, that's the better way to put it. Foundation, philosophy, whatever.
Who sets that?
We just haven't had. Whoever sets it up, I don't care who sets it up.
Dan,
Do
you know what?
The point I'm saying is we need a set way of playing.
It should be the club. The club.
Dan, I think listen, boys, if you bring in a player,
it's the direct. It shouldn't be down to one. It shouldn't be down to one manager, because again, what we're actually doing is Benji saying what's happened before. It's not what's happened, but we're doing what happened before. We all went, these are the players that Frank wants. These are the players that Conte wants. These are the players that we don't have a club philosophy.
Which is what we need.
Which is
this is what I'm saying. And what
but managers of Spurs very rarely get the players they want. Just look at what Postecoglou said about wanting the players he wanted and would not bring in because of the wage issue. All I'm trying to advocate for, right?
Go on, Ben.
Is for me, when you bring in a manager on a 5-year contract, which a lot of our managers have been put on, that means you're investing and you've got faith in that manager to do something for your club. Do you not feel to maximise your chance for success is to back the manager fully and give him what he wants, rather than this overall view of we need to keep a steady stream of players in that are going to keep the club on a certain level? Like, I understand that concept.
Benj, I'll answer you. I'll answer you on this. Hang on,
I'm not saying you said anything. I'm just
let Lubo say his bit. He jumped in first. He jumped in first.
So let me just say, person retorting, right?
No.
Point.
Right.
You'll be able to make your point next.
Sav, I'll be quick. Right. They've selected.
It'll take a really long time now, Lubo. You just keep it going and going and going, buddy.
Right. They've selected De Zerbi. They've selected his style of play. First question. Right. So we're in such trouble in terms of the strength of the squad, as we saw with 2 17th places, that the most important thing was, at the end of the day, bloke's had a heart attack. You're not worrying about everything else. You're just worrying about saving his life. And that's what they're doing this season. If that's an analogy, that's what they're doing this summer. But what they've got to do, once they put that right, they've backed De Zerbi. They've got to say, right, this is the style we want. And they've got to look at the macro situation. They've got to say, right, first thing we're going to do, we're going to bring ex-players, top ex-players, educated, clever ex-players onto the balls who played this style of football, who know and understand this style of football, that understand the ethos of the club, and they are there to guide the board members, because the board members sat back and let Vinay and Lange get on with supporting Frank, and we were heading down based on Vinay's judgment, which is he is not a football person. They've got to have football people at the top who know what they're doing, who know whether a director of football is doing the right job. In terms of bringing in players, what they're doing now is that Lang and McKenzie are throwing loads and loads of players at De Zerbi to say yes, no, yes, no. If you had a set style of play, if you had a culture, if you had a philosophy, then Lang and McKenzie would know exactly the type of players that De Zerbi wanted, or whoever the manager is, and they wouldn't waste time going over loads and loads of players for De Zerbi to sift through and say, right, I want Tonali, I don't want Moise Kean. Just as an example.
Which is why this works in the micro, not the macro.
Right.
Correct. And then I'll come to Elly.
Which is why football clubs don't do what we're saying when we're saying you don't need the director of. Every football club needs that guy. Arsenal have got it. City have got it, right? Look at clubs that have been getting it wrong lately, right? United have got it wrong lately the last 5-10 years, right? They've been a bit of a mess. Chelsea have got it wrong lately. They've been a bit of a mess.
Tried playing different ways, haven't they, to what they usually do?
The clubs that have implemented well are the Bayern Munich's, Arsenal. Arsenal have got it absolutely spot on. Man City have got it spot on. You've got to have it. It can't, basically, it's like in business, Lubo, right? Everything can't fall down on Roberto De Zerbi. If Roberto De Zerbi gets hit by a bus, our whole transfer strategy can't collapse because one man has left the building.
No,
right? That's what the director of football needs to be brought in. And that's why when we're talking Lubo every day, everyone we're signing, bar none, everyone we're signing at the moment, Lubo, where are they all coming from?
Premier League.
They're all coming from the Premier League. None of them need scouting to the degree of, oh my God, we need to go and what. Every one of them is a known, seasoned entity, right?
It's almost easy if you're saying that sort of thing.
Yes, because right now it's the micro of we need quick wins, right?
Absolutely.
But, Lubo, we talked about this the other day. It's all right saying 100 million Tonali, 85 Fernandez, 90 Krupi. You can't do that with every signing. And that's where your scouting and your director of football comes into it. And that is where De Zerbi, when he starts his day job, right, isn't scouting footballers. He is not watching every game across the world and scouting footballers.
No, that's the scout's job and the director of football.
That's all I'm saying. You've got to. We've got to do.
No, I think I think everybody is actually agreeing and saying the same bloody thing. Basically, I believe we have got to buy the players for De Zerbi's style of play, and when De Zerbi goes, we stick to De Zerbi's style of play, so that we have a foundation, so that we have a philosophy, whatever way you want to put it. And if he wants a certain player, it's like what me and you did agree on, Savva, in January, where we went and bought Gallagher. Even though a lot of other people didn't like it, but I agreed with you and said, because whatever manager we get in next, Gallagher can quite easily get in that team, basically, for whatever style they play. So if we get the philosophy right, whether it's buying it for the club philosophy or it's buying it for De Zerbi, it don't really matter, as long as when De Zerbi goes, we still stick to the system that he was
just
playing.
buying enough quality to adapt, basically.
Yes, because it's the club philosophy, which we haven't had for 70 years. Elly, how are you doing?
Yeah, I'm all right. I'm listening really patiently. Didn't butt in once, Savva, but I did say I agree. Yeah, the problem at our club is, I always say this, it's ELIC, right? Because they don't even keep the same DOF. They've changed the DOF a lot, right? So when you say they've got to keep the same philosophy, then they've got to keep the DOF then, right? Because unless he's not doing his job properly and the scouting team are not working, then you fire him and get another one who's going to keep the same philosophy, right? But as long as you've got a direction. Yeah, I agree with you, Savva. That's a very good point. And I don't always disagree with you, you see, right? So,
just most of the time.
I like our ship to...
Oh, Elly.
Ships to sail in
Sorry,
the same
my
direction.
husband was calling me.
Tell him to F off.
Yeah, F off.
You're talking about football.
Right, yeah. So our ship has not sailed steadily, has it? And we've had 2 seasons of horrendous injuries, right? Which has disturbed the club and disturbed the management situation. But do you know what? Who survived out of all of this is Langer. He must be thinking I'm leading a charmed life, because when you think about it, 2 17 positions nearly went down last season, right? And he still kept his job. So they must have a plan, and I think they trust him, because otherwise he would have gone by now, wouldn't he? Right? So I'm happy what he's done so far. If it's him that's getting these signings in, but the other guy from Man City is doing all the contracts and everything, yeah, I'm happy with that, because we've brought in some really, really top players.
Yeah.
There's a couple of them which I didn't agree with, like Dubravka. I would have liked to have got a more solid goalkeeper who's going to be our number one. And that's
put
where I
Kingsky
agree
as the
with you,
two.
Dan. Yeah.
Mhm.
And I didn't understand the Robertson one because we've got Davis and then we've got Udogie, who's our number one. So why
I
did we
understand the
need Robertson?
Robertson
We could
one.
have bought
It's just why
another
keep
home.
Davis is more the question, Elly.
Yeah, I know, but the club seem to love him. So I think he's here till he
He's going
gets the
into a
coaching job at
role
our
next
club.
year, isn't he? He's going into
It
a
is
coaching role
probably.
next year.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
So-
that's what I think. And they do like him as a character. Otherwise, he would have been gone. And that's where
Yeah.
the club are sentimental, not just the fans.
I agree with that. So go on, Manny, how you doing? Give your show on all of this.
I've got a different view on that, but I'll let.
I'm good, man. I'm good. After Ghana got eliminated from the World Cup and all the other African teams got
You
eliminated,
were robbed
I think
against England, didn't it?
I'm quite neutral now. I'm quite neutral, you know. So all good. But no. Listen, guys. I think majority of you guys have said exactly what it should be, right? Because I think from Savva's point, I agree. I think the micro and macro has to be they have to
get
be
used to it, Savva.
right? Because if I understand why they're buying players for the Zerbi. We were in free fall as a club. We were literally odds on to be relegated. The guy came in with 7 games to go. You know, whether people agree with it or not, he was able to get us to stay in the Premier League. And I'm pretty sure that in the conversations to get him to come to the club, he would have said, if I get you to stay up, there are certain players that I want, and that is it, full stop. So I understand.
Something was mentioned that he did say that, wasn't it, Manny? Something was mentioned that he did say that.
100%. Well, listen, on the last day, in the last press conference, he said, I have a dream on the players that I want to get. Right, so I'm pretty sure that conversation would have happened at the start. Where I do agree with Savva is that no other top club gets run that way from a long-term perspective. So in my perspective, yes, you know, the players that you've got in for him, you know, your Senesi, your Robertson, your Van Heck, your Tonali, your Fernandes, great players that want to play with the ball. But once that is done, you need to start getting a top level, and this is the emphasis is on this, a top level DOF like Arsenal have got in part. All right, the Arsenal went, and I think people have forgotten this. Arsenal went to Atletico Madrid and said, you know what, your DOF is actually quite good. I'll have some of that. That's what we need to do. We do not lack the financial power to do that. We need to go out there and get someone who's got proven quality of being able to build a squad for the long term. Because in the short term, like how many people have told me that the Zerbi stays roughly about 18 months in a job, right? So, and to be fair, that's football in general. So we need to look at the long term rather than looking at the short term. That's the first point I want to make. The second point, I think you guys were talking about the DOFs and Paratici and Langa, right? I have been very critical of Langa. From the time he started coming in, and I'm someone who actually liked Paratici, but in the end, looking at the signings that we've had this season, no one can tell me that Langa was not involved at all in any of these signings. So then my question starts being, how much of it was the DOF and how much of it was Enoch and Levy and whoever put in constraints in who the DOFs could bring in? So then you start asking yourself, is it really the DOF's fault, be it Paratici, be it Langa, be it whoever, or is it a case of they were given very strict parameters on who they needed to bring in, which is why in the end, a lot of these players didn't work out in the end. So our attention, which Enoch, etc., would have been very, very happy with, we're on the DOFs, we're on the managers, because we were going after what we were seeing. But in reality, if the DOFs was there and said, we want Tonali for 100 million before he went to, or for 70 million before he went to Newcastle, and you know the people at the top were like, actually, absolutely no, we're not paying that money, we're not paying that those wages. What is the DOF to do? So I think that is where, in my opinion, it's like, okay, so maybe maybe the DOF was not really the issue, but it was our ambition at the top which was the issue, which now they've been
I can agree with.
right? They've been forced to change because they were very, very, very close to getting relegated. The real crux of it, and whether we're going to really know whether they've really changed as an ENIC, is next summer, in my opinion. Because this summer they've had to do it. They've had to do it. There is no
option.
Imagine, because remember, 2 Premier League established teams went down last season. Imagine if the same thing applies next season. If you don't buy players, we could be in the same position next season as we were in the last 2 seasons. So they had to do it. But next summer will tell us whether really and truly these lot have changed. And we're not expecting them to buy 7, 8, 9, 10 players, but quality
to keep
players
it rolling, basically.
to build on. It's going to be.
Get us to the point where instead of basically having to buy a new squad, like we're literally doing, right, we're now at that point. We'll buy A and B, for example, and then A and B who were there now drop off as the next as a squad player, basically.
Yeah, 100%.
Like, whether we like it or not, like Arsenal have done. So I think
100%.
Savva was 100% right on what he says, but I think Ben's right on what he said. Personally, I think everybody has actually been right here on picking. It's like when we've all sat here and everyone's talked about the problems at the squad, and certain people see it. That one is the bigger problem. That one is the bigger problem. That one is the bigger problem. But when you actually sit back and look at it, everyone was right because everything was a fucking problem. It's just some people think a different problem is more than the other, which you're entitled to do that. Yeah, everyone sees football different. I will see things in a game that you lot won't. You lot will see things in a game that goes straight over my bloody head. That is the fun of football.
That's
so
why
what
you're
basically
problem, Dan.
need to do. Oh, totally big problem. Fucking pricks like me can be a problem, but I enjoy it, mate. It turns me on. When it comes down to it, we need to finally find that philosophy. But I agree with Ben. At the moment, if this is how we are going to stick to it, we need to buy for De Zerbi and what he wants and how he wants to do it. And I'm sure that was part of the deal with it, because where the money talk bit comes into it, like it has been proven now, he obviously came in and said, right, if I'm going to come in here, I want this, I want this, I want this, I want this, or you can go full for multiply. And Spurs were in a position where they just had to give him what he wanted. And I do feel that he said, I want a say in certain players that I want. But then when he goes, because he will go, we've basically got to stick to that same philosophy of play. So when the next manager comes in, we don't literally have to rebuild a whole squad, and he hasn't got to deal with an Ange, with a Conte, with a De Zerbi, with a this, with a that sort of
that's
squad,
the thing, Dan,
where we could just focus on that style of play, basically.
Spot on. But that's what's crucial, right?
And I think that's what everyone's trying to basically say, Manny.
We've gone from Poch to who was after Poch?
Jose.
Nuno.
Jose.
Oh, Jose.
To Nuno, to Conte, to Ange, to Frank. It's all over the place. Absolutely all over the place. And one last thing that I wanted to point out, right? Let's not forget, yes, De Zerbi is, everyone here, I think, anyway, everyone here loves De Zerbi. But let's not forget, this is De Zerbi's biggest job, whether people like it or not. This is from a financial might perspective, from the league perspective, from the club's perspective. He himself will not want to be messing around with this job that he's got. So, get the structure around him in place, get the players, the quality that he needs in place, and maybe, just maybe, that 18-month, run that everyone keeps mentioning might be a lot longer than that. Because if you give him the chance to compete, I don't see why he would want to leave. I wouldn't see it. So that's the point. We need to have the structure in the right place, because if we don't have the structure in the right place, we're gonna it doesn't matter spending what we spend now, we're gonna fall foul to things back in the next few transfer windows.
Manny, we should be looking around at actively trying to get a top director of football in as we speak.
Spot on.
I think we are, Lubo. I think the reason why Lange is still here is because I don't think they've got the person they want yet. And whether or not that's Dougie Freeman or someone else in mind, I think Tottenham, if I'm being brutally honest, I think the reason why Lange is here is because there isn't anyone else they prefer to sack him for. Because at the end of the day, someone still has to do part of that role. They can't, because they're not going to do it, because they're not football people, right? And we can debate and argue whether or not Lange is a football person or not, but he's got more experience as a director of football than Vivian, Charlie, and the people on the board, right?
True.
So
And Danny,
and
Danny, how would it look? Danny, how would it look? How would it look? You're going after players, and you got a club with no director of football. It wouldn't. The optics wouldn't be good, would they?
No.
It would look like a club that's got problems behind the scenes. So,
well, this is exactly why, Lubo. Yeah, this is exactly why people were screaming about why the director of football. The biggest rumors that we saw, I think, that were they wanted Dougie Freeman, right? And he obviously doesn't want to come, or he's still hesitant to come because of the wages he's getting and all that kind of stuff. If Spurs really wanted him, they could make him the highest paid director of football in the world, right? And that would eliminate his issues that he has with getting the money he gets where he is and not having to worry about the tax issues, right? If he was back in the UK. So I think that it's just going to be a waiting game to see who they bring in, because I don't think Spurs are going to pull the trigger until it's completely necessary, or until they've got the exact person they want. Because if you look at the way they're doing it with the manager and the players, right, they seem to be going on the right path. So why would they want to change it if their plan is to bring in the best of the best, right? So I would agree with it, and I think the reason why De Zerbi has been given the power, or more power than any other manager beforehand, is because I don't think they feel that they've got anyone in a footballing position to trust, who they trust enough.
Or it was part of the deal, Dan. Like, basically, if I don't get a say in what I want, I will just disappear, and I will run you onto the ground. Basically,
there is that as well, Dan. But I think the element of it is that that De Zerbi has got a much better footballing knowledge than Lang has, right? But if you
agree.
For example, right, I think lots of people might have said it before, but if you go and bring like a Rangnick, like a Ralph Rangnick with a De Zerbi or someone of that level as a director of football, I think then the philosophies and the alignment will be far greater than Langer and De Zerbi, right? And you've got Ralph Rangnick, who's one of the best directors of footballs around, right, in the game today still. So that's the type of level of director of football I'd want to see Tottenham bring in. And I'd be happy for them to bring in. So
it's almost as critical as buying in players, isn't it?
100%, man.
Yes,
it's like they made the right move by bringing Roberto De Zerbi in, but they need to now really make the right move by bringing in the right director of football.
What do you guys think?
I agree. One second, let me just do the super chat quick. A user 4872. Thanks, mate. Appreciated. If De Zerbi goes, then so will certain players. That will only time by tell if that one happens. I think if I'm translating this right on what you're saying, that you're basically saying that, right, what we haven't got as the director of football isn't really good enough for what we want now.
Yeah.
But why go get rid of him and just get another bog standard one to take his place as such, when we can wait a little bit and get a quality one as such? I think the way I'm trying to put it is, instead of going and taking a hit and miss with a 19, 20-year-old player, why not wait until you can get your established player? Why go get a hit and miss when you can find an established one? Is that what you're basically trying to say?
True. Like Arsenal did.
I don't know. I'm asking, like, so I can understand.
I agree.
I think so. I think that's exactly why they haven't got a director of football. But I want to ask everyone else. And go on, Elly. What do you think?
Yeah, I was just saying, like Arsenal did. They waited. They had the Edu, and then they bring in Berta, he's fantastic. Look what he's done for him so far.
Yeah.
And it's only going to get better at Arsenal, isn't it? So.
Well, they're looking to bring in that Chollis winger. He's like one of the best wingers around at the moment.
Oh, God, these stats are unreal, aren't they?
Chollis is class.
I said yesterday, if he was Spanish or Italian, they'd snap him up way before this season. They would have snapped him up because he's Greek. There's a bit of snobbery in football. There is.
I mean, okay. I mean, Ben, with what everyone's just said there, and the way I've put it, do you think everyone's right on what they're basically saying there? Because the way I've translated it is that why get rid of crap to buy more crap when we might just hang about and we can get rid of the crap and actually get something good in there, basically. That's how I'm translating what everyone said.
In terms of sporting director, absolutely. I mean that's fair enough. And I know we've got our eyes on a couple of ones, but
I think it's a fair point if that's how. It is
a fair point. But bringing it back to what I said earlier about credit in the bank, I just want to say what we've got at the club now, I do think deserves some credit. I mean, right now it's not something I would be thinking about if I'm brutally honest with you, because you've got to look at what's been going on. Look at the players we've signed, okay? And everyone at the club is responsible for it, so they do deserve credit for it. Even Lange, and none of us like Lange. But I think what we've gone and done is we've brought in players that, can I be honest for a moment? We've got no right to bring in. Tonali, no right to even be sniffing around him. No right to be looking at Fernandes.
No, that's
because
we
finished
doing, Benji.
No. It is.
Let Ben finish. Let Ben
finish. That's not what I'm saying.
Let him finish his point. I think I know where he's going.
No, yeah, you are right, Maz. We should be looking at players like this 100%. But we've just finished 17th 2 seasons in a row.
Mm-hmm.
So what I'm saying is, from that perspective, we shouldn't be sniffing around these types of players. We shouldn't be able to attract these players. And we're talking about the club changing and all that. Listen, we've just smashed our wage structure, so something's obviously changed. I'm just saying, I feel like the people at the club currently deserve a lot of credit, because not only are we bringing in these players that, again, I personally don't feel we'd have any right to sign, but what is that also going to do going forward? Because at this point
proof of money talks, though, Ben.
It is. This is the point I was just about to get to. This is what happens when you slam down money and go, he's who we take, because you do two things with that. Number one, you take away rivalry or contest for that player, because if you just go in like Eze, we would have signed Eze had we gone in. There's the money. How much you want? Fantastic.
I think we would have as well.
It eliminates any rivalry in that aspect. Absolutely. But also by bringing in these types of players, we've now got players at the club like a Tonali that other players are going to look at and think, I'd like to go and play with him. Van Heck. When was the last time we went and brought someone that everyone was looking at? Van Heck has been in fantastic form all season. He's in the stratosphere for what is it? Progressive passing or line breaking passes,
if I remember
something
right.
like that.
In the top 3, but Senesi's right in it as well.
Absolutely. I mean, Van Heck is in, but Senesi's right behind him. Absolutely. But this is what I'm trying to say. So for me, I just think the people at the club right now have done a good job. I do wonder if there are any elements, especially under the Lange, because the wage structure has been adjusted now. Has that made his job easier? I would imagine so. But yeah, look, if we get another sporting director, great. But as it stands, I just think the people at the club deserve a bit of credit right now. I'm not saying
let Maz go, because he was saying his bit. It's all right, mate. Go on, Maz.
What I don't agree with is saying that we've got no right to bring in these players, because when Man United finished in the doldrums, they still went and spent loads of money and bought in the players.
But that's Man United, not Tottenham.
Yeah, but they've not been anywhere near the top for a while.
I agree.
Yeah, but their history is slightly different to ours. They're known for winning. We're not. This is a club
known for winning, as in
20 years ago.
Alex Ferguson was there.
Yeah.
Ever since then, okay, they've still won stuff, but they're not that
more than we have.
Yeah, more than we have, but they're not
far more than we have,
right?
So, I think
so there's only so far your reputation is gonna take you.
I agree. That's where history only talks for a certain amount of time.
Yeah, exactly. Now, only a few seasons ago, we were finishing 4th on the regular. Not that far ago, not that long ago. When Conte was there,
about 6 years,
right? When Jose was there, we didn't finish 4th, but we were in and around, right? And Poch. So we still have a reputation, and I think De Zerbi's got a massive reputation, and good players have seen one that they obviously know that Spurs is a sleeping giant as such.
I think everybody knows it.
Everyone knows it, right? Yeah. And 2, when you've got a class manager coming in, and you combine it with putting down the money, as Dan says, right, which I agree with, then of course they're going to come. I don't see, when we say we've got no right, it's not as if like we're, I don't know, a Bournemouth doing that. They've got no right to do that because they don't have, the stature that we do.
Correct. 100%,
but Spurs, we've got every right to do that. That's what we should be doing. And now that we've started doing it, that's why
People
everyone's
don't like
crying. Because they're like, that's why they're all going, oh,
but technically,
because they're threatened by us, because they know that we are a sleeping giant, and now we're acting like a giant.
But where no one admits it, Maz.
Yeah,
no one admits it either.
Actually, a few people do admit it, and on the
not rival fans.
They do actually. I'll tell you who in a second, yeah. Just through ones I've watched personally, yeah. I mean, I think Ben's right on what he's saying to an extent. You do look at that. You've just finished 17th back to back. You are only Spurs in that aspect, which we have been for over God knows how many years, where we haven't won leagues, we haven't done this, and let's just say the past 25 years, for whatever reason, have just been a fucking shambles. You do sort of think, what right did Spurs just have to go out and put 100 million on the table and be able to attract Tonali? Yes, I think the manager had a big part of that one. Yes, I think money was a massive part of that one, because I don't think he came to Spurs through ambition, same as Fernandes, basically. But like I said, I couldn't give a fuck why they come to the club, as long as they come and do their job. I don't care if they go home and wear a Chelsea or Arsenal shirt. As long as they do their job on the pitch, that's all I care about. So there's one side of it as like, what right have we got to do that? Because we have never bloody gone and do that. But then there's the other side where I totally agree with what you're saying, Maz. And this is what I've been trying to say all along. We are a massive, massive club as a whole. It's just the football side. We are probably the most underachieving club in football itself. Whereas on the business side, we should be doing this. We should have been doing this for a long time now. But we haven't. And all of a sudden, it just looks like, well, what right of Spurs? How did they do it? And, well, we should have been doing this a good few years ago. We should have.
When you finish 17th twice, you've got no right to go and sign a top-tier midfielder like Tonali. To me, that's
you wouldn't have thought so. But someone like Man U they are the third biggest club on the
based
planet.
On what, though? I don't get this. Based on what? I don't understand how we haven't got any right. Are we talking about from a financial perspective?
I think Manny, I think it's more of a figure of speech.
Hold on, Sav just come back. Sav, do you feel like Spurs really and truly after the last two seasons have any right to go and sign players like Tonali's, Fernandez's, Van Heck's? You do.
100%.
What damn right? Yeah, listen, we've been shit for a few years.
Because I thought the conversation by the end of last season was now we need to adjust our style. No, I was going to say now at the end of the season, everyone kind of said to each other, right, we need to adjust where we're going to be with players. We're not going to be able to attract these star players.
I was one of them. Yeah,
you were one of them, and if I'm not mistaken, so was Sav. If I'm right in saying,
yeah, I think a lot of us agreed on that. Was no one was expecting this.
I'm pretty sure, Sav, you're one of the people as well, and we're all saying it. I'm not singling you out, but at the end of last season, we all turned and said we now need to adjust our sort of player that we're going to look at because we won't be able to attract the big boys.
Yeah. Sure, because we didn't think that ENIC would whack down the money and the wages. So I think that's those two things have to go hand in hand, right? So if you're going to whack down the money and the wages, and you're going to go for players that the big boys aren't going for, I will still say that when I hear people saying just put the money down, you've still got to hope that, for example, with Tonali, if Man City come in for Tonali, let's be fair, Man City can pay what we can pay and he's going to go there. But they didn't.
Rumour had it that Man City wanted him and so did Arsenal. And we've just swung a bigger dick than Man U on the table, for God's sake, over Fernandes.
Yeah, sure. I'm just saying, listen, you can get those deals done if ENIC want to put the money out there and they want to put the wages down, then we're still going to be attractive for Fernandes, for Tonali.
It gives us a better chance, doesn't it? Yeah, it's like I've said the whole time, Savva.
So you're almost saying they're mercenaries.
It's not going to... Yeah, basically, a lot of them are, I think.
Hang on.
It's a job.
There's a very big difference about being a mercenary and the football club wanting the most money for their player, right? So I think... Forget wages. People are going to be paid massive wages, whether they sign for Tottenham Hotspur, Man United, Arsenal. That's just part and parcel of the game now. Tonali is not going to leave anywhere and be paid less than 200 grand a week. Do we all agree with that, right?
Yes.
Wherever he goes, right? The mercenary in the situation isn't the footballer. The mercenary is the football club. Because I believe Fernandes would have gone to United if United had matched what we bid. Now, that's only my belief.
So why do you think Tonali came to Spurs? Serious question.
I think Tonali came to Spurs because I think Newcastle Not a
They're
massive
not coming
club.
forward, are they? Yeah.
I don't think they're a massive club at all. I think they're a big enough club, but I don't think they're massive.
Same as Villa.
That De Zerbi clearly has some sort of pull there with them coming from the same town. And who else was going to pay 100 million?
But also, Savva, let's not forget the context. The context here is, right?
One sec, Manny, and I'll come straight to you. Yeah, I mean, two things I just want to put on here. Like Tom, fair right. You can say what you want, but you don't have to be aggressive about it on the side. Yeah. So I ask people to come on here to give their opinion. So at least just show a bit of credit on here as well. That's all I'm asking.
If
you disagree, then disagree. It's all right, mate. I've just said to him, show some credit.
What was I wrong about? Listen, if I'm wrong about something, cool. What have I actually been wrong about today? Do you not think
I'm
Spurs
sure he'll put the message in a minute.
Sure.
I mean, I'm just saying, calm down the way he's talking.
Fernandes?
The point is that I've always said, yeah, is if you put the money on the table, you can get what you want. Yes, if you go and get someone like City against you, whatever, yes, it definitely knocks you back. But if you're willing to put the money on the table to the club and stop fucking about with the bloody things like Levy was terrible at, like trying to save a fiver and this and that and everything else, you can get that bloody job done. Like with Eze, it's all opinion, this one. I believe if we would have just said, do you know what? This is what there's your fucking money, take it or leave it. I think that deal would have actually happened because it would have got done quicker. And then if another club comes in and is willing to pay 90 million, and if we're willing to turn around and say, well, there you go, there's 100 million. That club, doesn't matter what the player wants, because you're buying it off the club first. Yes, you've got to satisfy the player, but you've got to get the right to get to the player first. And you've got to outbid the fella next year. And like we did with Man U, we just swung the bigger dick, simple as that. Man U was willing to pay that. So we said, no, do you know what? We will pay that. And that is how we won that against the third biggest club in the world. And this is what I've been trying to say all along. Money will talk. We weren't paying the wages, and it held us back on several players. When you do get a Real Madrid coming next year or bloody Arsenal or something like that, a lot of the time you ain't going to win. But if you're willing to pay more money than them, it definitely gives you a better chance, especially when it comes to buying him off the club. Now, when it comes to the player side of it, that's a bit different. Semenyo, there's your perfect example. But again, we have proven on 3 cases now, money does talk. De Zerbi is one of them. Technically, the situation we was in, I agree, we had no right to go and get De Zerbi. No one would have thought we'd have got him, basically. But what did we have to do? We had to shut up for once and put the money on the table and give him what he wanted. Otherwise, we'd have got nothing. We outbid Man United. They was willing to go so far. We took it to another level. Fine. And then we just done the same with Tonali when it is said, we don't know the facts, that City was very interested and so was Arsenal. It's just we were the ones who was willing to say, well, do you know what? There's 100 million. What are you going to do? And they didn't, and we got what we wanted. It's not going to work every time, but it's definitely going to give you more chance when you're willing to do it and get the job done quickly instead of fuck about like Levy did used to. Manny, go for it, mate.
Yeah, sorry. The point I was trying to make, right, is yes, I agree with you. If you put the money down, it gives you a better chance. I think with regards to the two players that we've got, there is a lot of context in this. There is a difference between Man City coming in for you and saying to you, listen, come to us. We will. You're going to play for Pep, right? And Man City coming to you and saying, come to us. You're going to play for Maresca. Maresca is a good manager, but he is so far, to me, an unknown entity. You don't know exactly how things are going to pan out. So obviously, if you put that situation with the fact that obviously Tonali was had that relationship with De Zerbi from his time in Italy, of course there is that part whereby, well, Spurs are going to pay me 250 grand a week, so why not go to a manager that I know, with the project that I actually might believe in. Like that is not groundbreaking stuff. And with regards to Fernandes was very, very well. The camp, Fernandes's camp was very, very clear. Whoever was going to pay more for the deal at West Ham was the place that he was going to go to, and that is not being a mercenary. That's him looking out for the club that actually gave him the chance out of Southampton, right? So to me, it was like, okay, to him, he was probably looking at it thinking, Well, United is a top club, but let's be real here. They've also gone through countless managers, and they've got Michael Carrick at the helm, right? They're willing to pay me a certain level of wages. There is also Spurs who's finished 17th twice, but at the moment are clearly showing the ambition that they don't want to finish there anymore. And they've also got a top-class manager in De Zerbi. So I don't think this is a groundbreaking thing that they decided to come to us in the first place, because they were getting the financial package. And like other people have said, in my opinion, finishing 17th twice in itself is not the be all and end all when it comes to certain players, because like we've got the financial might. We are a sleeping giant, as people are saying. And if the club was run right in the last year, in the whatever many years that we've been here with the new stadium, we should have never be finishing 17th in the first place. And that is totally different to a club who does finish 17th, in however many years, and then a club going, oh, right, you come to us. It's a totally different thing. We finished, and someone can correct me if I'm wrong, we finished in Europe 17 out of the last 20 seasons. 17 out of the last 20 seasons, right? So we're not, the two outliers of finishing 17th does not define the club and the history of the club, and these players know it. Now, also, the part that has to also come in, obviously, is the club has to show these players that they are serious, because obviously after finishing 17th twice, a player can look at us and think, are you looking to finish 17th again? If that's the case, then of course, these players were never going to come to us. But so far with the moves that we've made, although obviously I know we haven't dealt with the forward line, with the move that we've made so far, shows a club or shows signs of a club that does not want to ever finish anywhere close to that 17th position. And all the teams, I've seen, and I absolutely craze at the likes of Gabi Agbonlahor, right? And the Newcastle fans who are crying their eyes out. This is what we call food chain. This is food chain. If there is a player that we want to go for, and a United or a City or etc. matches the price and matches the ambition, that player is going to go to those teams. If there is a player that a team like Newcastle etc. have, and we come in for them, best believe, because of the financial might in our history, we should be able to price those players out of those teams. Food chain. We've not gone 17 season or 16 season or however many season in Europe, scrimped and scraped, have Poch have three transfer windows without buying a player, and have that much PSR headroom for these lot to be coming to tell us, oh, you can't do this. What do you mean you can't do this? Like, use some common sense. Use some common sense.
So you think with Tonali and Fernandes, there's no mercenary tendencies there? You think they came to Spurs because they want to be successful?
I think every player has mercenary tendencies. Like we're not talking about a player who is on 20 grand a week or 10 grand a week or 5 grand a week going into the 100 grand a week stratosphere. These are players that have money. So these are players that can say, right, you know what? I know Tottenham is giving me 250 grand a week, but United is giving me 180. United is a better ambitious club. I will go to them. So it's that decision. It's the deviation between that decision is not that high. That's my point that I'm trying to make. I don't by any means, I'm not naive enough to think these players are not coming in also because of the money, but it can't be just because of the money. Because if it was just because of the money, then bear in mind the Premier League club, all Premier League clubs have money. A Bournemouth can go to Tonali and say, I'll give you 200k a week. Do you think he's going to go to Bournemouth? He's not, right?
The key thing in what you said for me, man, everything you said, I agree with 100%. The key thing for me that stood out in what you said is the club showing the ambition. That's one of the reasons why in the past, aside from the wages, that players wouldn't come to Spurs, because they've seen enough history over the last few decades where they were like, Spurs players aren't stupid. They'll look at the Poch era and think, wow, what an amazing team to be a part of, right? But look at what the club did to Poch. They didn't back him. And players remember that. right?
Well, the biggest
They
thing,
look at-
Maz, is
yeah.
look at we lost Harry Kane.
Yeah, exactly. Right. And, like players will see, okay, well, you brought in Jose and Conte, you didn't back them and you let Kane and Son go. Players remember that. So they wouldn't come to Spurs. I think what's happened in this specific sense this summer, right, is obviously got in trouble. The club have gone out and said, right, basically to the market, they've said to everyone in the media, everything, the old ways are done. We're breaking the wage structure and we're going to prove that the old ways are done because we're going to drop 85-90 million pound on proper players and show that we've got ambition, right? And I think that's the key thing. They're showing the other clubs and the players now we're back, whatever back means for Spurs, but we're back. We're gonna throw our money around, right? And Newcastle and Aston Villas and stuff, like you said, Manny, food chain, we're bigger than you, right? Financially, right? So we're just going to outmuscle you in every turn if you want a player.
100%, man.
And that's what we should be doing.
100%, man.
If we're going to give credit to
remember,
Levy and Enoch, that's the vehicle they've created. So we should be exercising that power.
Exactly. And Maz, just a point, right? These Newcastle fans especially, nothing has prevented their owners, who are the richest owners in the league, to actually build a stadium to generate the level of income that we are generating. Nothing has prevented that, right? Like that does not count towards PSR. So they could have done it. Is there how long have these Saudis been here? 5 years? In this time, they could have built that stadium. And
Manny, they've been looking into this for the last couple of years at Newcastle.
I mean, 5 years, like they should have been looking into it before they bought the club.
Well,
they knew
Manny, you go into a club, you've got certain aims, haven't you?
Yeah.
When they went into the club, I think when they brought Eddie Howe in, they were 17th, weren't they? So the first thing was to get them out of trouble, a bit like De Zerbi, but De Zerbi had less time. Then it was a question of like, let's bring in the players. You got to do things in stages. You can't. It took Spurs. I mean, I remember this because I used to go to the annual general meetings every year when they used to talk about the plans for the new ground. And the plans for the new ground started in 2001, 2002, just after Enoch bought the club. And the ground wasn't actually physically built. They didn't break ground till 2016, and they didn't actually finish the ground till 2019. So that unfortunately was down to Haringey Council, who were, oh God, let me be polite, unhelpful.
Right.
Unhelpful. There were so many things that you were told at these AGMs, and they were, there was lots to go into. Spurs had to promise X amount in terms of regeneration for the area that they're still being held to now.
I think you've gone a bit quiet there, Lubo.
Words, unfortunately, and it took so long to finally get permission.
But Lubo, when did Man City build the stadium, the Etihad Stadium?
But they didn't build it. They bought it. They bought it. It was It was built for the Commonwealth Games, and then City took over afterwards.
And then structured it, didn't they?
And they restructured it.
Yeah, yeah.
I mean,
which is what West Ham should have done.
Sorry, the point I'm trying to make right here, and I agree with you, bearing in mind what you're saying. But the point I'm trying to make here, cool. If they didn't have the chance to, if it's too early to have built it within the 5 years, then I'm sorry to say they have to go through the exact same process and time frame that we had to go through in order to get ourselves to the point that we've got ourselves to right now.
Yes.
They can't, if this is as painstaking as you're saying, which I don't for 1 second don't believe you at all, then they have to understand that is what it is. And they need to wait until they actually go through this whole process. But I think they got bigger problems than that anyway, in my opinion. I think at the moment, they're seeing that players are going to see that club as a club that you go to for a couple of years and then you leave. And if you're a top player, you don't go to anyway. And I have my reservations about it because I think I really, really like Eddie Howe. But I actually think that having Eddie Howe does not have the pool necessary to bring in and keep top players. And I don't know what anyone thinks.
He's a bit of a better version of Thomas Frank, isn't he? With his personality as such, I'm talking about.
Do you know what it is as well, Dan?
I call De Zerbi a poor man's Conte, and I only say a poor man's Conte because he ain't won. But he's very like Conte. He's very assertive, very like.
He's charismatic.
I won't say
yes.
He's got what is it they say? He's got a bit of charisma about him. Who would you want standing next to you when it's passion to kick off outside the pub? Would you want De Zerbi standing next to you, or do you want Thomas Wank standing next to you? You know,
and Dan, this is what, between putting down the money, paying the wages, and De Zerbi, these are the three factors that have sold the project to Tonali and Fernandes.
But also, Lubo, I think the problem is as well with Newcastle, for example, is that because they went in so strong when the owners came in, they weren't able to sustain it because they weren't making the same. They ran into the PSR and all the financial regulations. They can't maximize what they can do, right? So I think also because over the last couple of years, Newcastle have been like a yo-yo. They've been in Champions League, then they had no European football. Then they had Champions League again, then they had no European football, right? And when you do that with players like your Fernandez's, your Guimarães' and the top players, right? They look at it and be like, well, it's not they're not sustainably, they're not challenging every year, or they're not in Europe every year. Whereas the difference of Tottenham is, like Manny said, Tottenham have been in Europe the last 17 out of 20 seasons, which is like that, isn't it? which is an equivalent of a big club, because not many clubs can get into Europe every single year, right? Newcastle are not one of them, neither are Aston Villa, right? But whereas Tottenham under Poch, and I think what made us an elevated club was what Poch did in that time, is he put us more on the map, right? The fan base
consistently in the Champions League.
Yeah, we were consistently challenging, right? We were consistently in the Champions League, and because of that, right? If the way that Spurs are able to spend, right, and what they've probably sold the players, that is the attraction, because the players are looking at it and thinking, well, I don't think this is going to stop from Spurs, and I think they're here to stay. And if they can keep doing that, they're going to be up there challenging with the Liverpool's, Chelsea's, and Man City's for that top 5 spot.
That's my point on the other thing, which I've always said, where no matter how many cups are irrelevant. The FA Cup, if you want to go somewhere as a club and you've got, say, a 4-year building plan, FA Cups and League Cups are totally irrelevant unless you can win it finishing in the top 4. And clubs like Aston Villa, clubs like Newcastle and that, unless they go and get Champions League consistently for 4 or 5 years, they just can't spend the bloody money. The FA Cup gets you nothing unless you get in the Europa and then get to the Champions League with it. Sadly, if you want to progress as a club and you want to build as a club, you need that Champions League for 3-4 years on the trot, more than you need an FA Cup or a bloody League Cup. They get you tuppence money. Now, if you can get an FA Cup or a League Cup with the top 4, brilliant. But those 2 cups will not attract you players. Those 2 clubs will not be able to get you spending money. So you need that bloody top 4 Champions League. And where Newcastle haven't done it consistently, they just ain't been able to throw the money about. And they haven't got a stadium that attracts the money and everything else in that. Go on, Lubos.
For our second season in the Champions League, in that 4-year run with Poch, first game at Wembley, Monaco, we got 85,000. How many clubs are going to get 85,000? That's when I say we are a big club. We are a big club. And in terms of what
I agree.
Yeah,
we
in
hold the
terms
record
of what
for Champions League attendance against Real Madrid, I think it was. In Wembley.
Yeah, and when you talk about what Gabby Agbon-Lahore said, Stefan Borson, the money man on video, we all saw it go round on social media. We're saying the reason why Spurs can spend so much now, why they've got so much wiggle room, is because they haven't spent the money previously, and they've always been quite frugal in terms of what you spend and wages to revenue as well.
It's give us that extra space, isn't it? Basically,
Absolutely.
Whereas what is it? Villa in like 90. Well, if I remember this right, what is it in when you're just the following season when you're just not in Europe, you're allowed to spend, is it 85% of your revenue,
Correct.
basically? But when you're in Europe, it's only, is it 75 or 70?
70. It's 70.
Yeah. And
it's
where
70.
we have a stadium that brings that in, we can go and do that. They haven't got that. So they need consistent Champions League to get that money. And with Cyril, what you're saying here, mate, I do understand that the fact that the FA Cup is the oldest competition in the world, of course it's important. No, it's not. It's irrelevant in the aspect of how far you can take your club. I think you misunderstand my point on this. Where is a club going to get further in 4 years and attract better players? Finishing 10th and winning the FA Cup 4 years on the trot, or finishing in the top 4 years on the trot? Finishing in the Champions League 4 years on the trot is going to attract better players, more money to spend, and take your club further than 4 FA Cups. And the FA Cup is not as big as it was. The FA Cup used to be, for me, if someone's got a different opinion, go for it. Let me give my opinion quick. The FA Cup used to be, like, when I was younger as well, whoever was in it, you went down there to watch it. You wanted to watch whoever was in it, even if it was Arsenal, Man U, or bloody, I don't know, West Ham and whoever, or Millwall and that. These days, you go down the pub on an FA Cup final, it's only really the supporters. It's not the cup. It was. And money is more important.
But I think that's happened. I think that's happened to every single league with every single domestic competition.
Yes, not just the FA Cup. No, it's happened in Italy, everything.
Because as football's got more commercialized and more global, right, and the TV revenues and streaming revenues, etc., has expanded, that inevitably is going to happen. What I do think, though, is I do think they're incredibly important for any club in any league, because they give you prestige, right?
I get that.
And it builds history, and it builds a winning culture. And I do think players are attracted to that winning culture. So as an example, if we did win 4 or 5 FA Cups in the last couple of decades, and we missed out, let's say 4 or 5 times in the Champions League because of that, we would still be now in a far better position having won those cups than not, because players will be looking at us thinking, okay, you know, they're actually a club that actually wins things.
But we wouldn't be in a spending position to take us further.
Maybe, but we don't.
And that's the problem. That's the problem with it. And it's annoying because the FA Cup is massive.
But if you look at the clubs that have won, like Newcastle, they still qualified for Europe when they won the FA Cup. Do you see what I mean? They're still
I've got no problem with doing it like that.
Qualification.
But if it's one or the other, one or the other, and you want to progress as a club quickly, you've got to aim for the top 4, not the FA Cup. If you can get the FA Cup at the same time, excellent. I'm all for that. But for a club to progress quickly,
but it also
you
gets
need
you
the money,
Europe,
doesn't
it? No, Dan,
yeah,
right.
It can be the loophole of getting the Europa.
The purse might not be big, but the knock-on effects for the following season is massive.
But it gets you in Europa, whereas top 4 or 5 gets you Champions League there and then 130 million in your bank straight away. Everything.
I'm just saying that
it's where businesses took over on football, isn't it?
Being in Europe is beneficial, whether in Europa or Champions League. Obviously, the price pot is bigger in the Champions League because of the TV money, but we still done well out of it. When we won the Europa, we still won 100, 150 million from it when we got back into the Champions League and stuff. So, look, swings and roundabouts. I get your point. I just think big clubs like United, City, Chelsea's, Liverpool, Arsenal's, they'll just want to win anything regardless.
Yeah, and I can understand that.
Think. Win at all costs, regardless of whether it's important or not. And that's what I hope that their mentality shifts.
That's what I want us to do. But to get to the top quickly, you need to focus on the top 4 first, and then what comes with it. So that's just how I portray that one. So what I want to go to next, and just
you say that. Sorry, Dan, but you say that. But I also think that could be a detriment as well, because Pochettino concentrated on just Champions League and League, dropped, arguably, he didn't prioritize all the other competitions, and that almost damaged his legacy as well. Because now, retrospectively, we're looking back and saying, you won fuck all, mate, at Spurs.
Very true.
And Dan, he didn't have the squad size to compete on all 4 fronts, so let's be honest with you.
No, we never have, Brnji. Brnji, we never have. But in terms of what Maz has just said, I'll just give you one question. Why did Kane leave Spurs?
Yeah, lack of ambition.
Because he wanted to win leagues.
Hang on. Why does anyone leave a club our size?
Because they want to win leagues.
I like this, but Lubo, there's this notion, right, that Spurs, hear me out. Spurs win a Premier League title. There's this notion then that no player's ever going to leave us to join Bayern Munich, Real Madrid, Barcelona. Of course they would.
It's not how it works.
These clubs are massive. The players like that want legacies. Players like that will want to have said, I've gone and played for the biggest clubs in the world. So I don't think we should be in this notion that suddenly if we win a title or if we're back in the top 4, that no player will leave us to go to a bigger club. It's going to happen all the time. And unfortunately, there is a hierarchy. And you know what? There's only one club that are almost immune from the hierarchy.
Food chain.
Right? There's one that's immune. And you know what I'm going to say?
Real Madrid.
Real Madrid. Right?
Yeah.
Real Madrid are that one club where who really goes and steals the players that they want? Who leaves Real Madrid at their peak? Right, no one leaves Real Madrid at the peak, right? Real Madrid, look who they want.
Has that ever happened in their entire history? I can't think, since I've been alive, I can't think of one
sure
player.
there might be one or two controversial, but right now, Real Madrid, right now, who is coming and tempting Kylian Mbappe away from Real Madrid?
Right? Yeah, you're right. I can't argue that.
Who's taken Jude Bellingham? The thing is, though,
they've sold players and regretted it, but no one's ever come in and
sure.
said, thank you, come again, basically.
Sure, but they sell, right, when they want.
Yeah.
Like,
I'm agreeing with you.
You are. My point here is, even if we're saying, like, this is what Kane would have wanted to see for Spurs too, Harry Kane's going to have, if Harry Kane became available on the market right now, for example, I would question him if he came back to Spurs. That would make me question his mentality. Why are you going to Spurs when you're one of the 2 greatest strikers on earth? Why are you going to Spurs when Madrid will want you? Barcelona will want you, right? Man City, so I think I don't like that. Just me personally, I don't like that as an argument as to why the players leave us. Well, we're not a giant. We're not this big club people think we are compared to the big boys of European football.
No, that's what I always say. On the business side, we are up there with Real Madrid.
Agreed.
Simple as that. But on the football side, we're in tier 2 with Aston Villa and Newcastle.
Right. But
and until we start getting the players in and start winning big things, basically, and become an elite club,
you might get Kane back one day because of he's from Spurs, sentimentality.
Yeah, there is.
All of that. But Tottenham are never, listen, until this happens, right? I don't think I could be proven wrong on this until it happens. Tottenham are never going to go to Bayern Munich, Real Madrid, Barcelona and take one of their stars. We're not going to do it. The other way round, they're doing it every single summer.
But until we go and win some consistent
but our
leagues,
trajectory, do you think we can get to that point in the next sort of... No, you don't really.
Who's got to that point in the last decade?
No, it's very true. Yeah.
Right.
City went and done it very
Manchester
quickly.
City,
So did Chelsea, but it was different rules. But it was different rules. But we do have the money to throw about. I think if we throw about the money that we actually can legally throw about, I reckon we can take ourselves up to the elite level within 5 years. I'll give you a reason why. If I remember right, Liverpool have got to build on their stadium, yeah? So that's going to hold them back on a little bit of money. Man U, I think they're going to be in a lot of trouble with that, having to spend significant amount on the stadium. Man City, if they do actually get screwed over like they're gonna, quite possibly, because surely they ain't going to get away with everything, that could hold them back a bit. And then other English clubs we have not got to worry about Aston Villa when it comes to a finance, as long as we stick to what we're doing, by the way, yeah? You ain't got to worry about Villa. They're a bloody northern club. And apart from Liverpool and Manchester, and even City make tuppence money up there and rely on selling youth players and being in Champions League. The only one who actually made more than us on a bloody match day is Man U, and they can't even do that now. I believe that it is in such a situation at the moment, we can actually get ourselves up there pretty quick if we are willing to throw that money about. Because other clubs are getting to the point where they're held back.
We're purely talking about finance now. You've got to remember, for the elite level footballers, it will always be about the size of the football club. I'm talking about elite. I'm not talking about Tonali's and Fernandes. Like,
no, I know what you're saying.
But
the players that want accomplishment, the top tier.
Big players let's be fair. Harry Kane don't sign for a Tottenham. If he was Harry Kane, but let's say Harry Kane was a Newcastle United player and came through and did what we did at Newcastle, he's not looking at Tottenham, right? You're looking at Bayern Munich, you're looking at Barcelona, looking at Real Madrid. It's okay to get up there, but to say we're going to be on elite level, that means winning multiple leagues. That means winning Champions Leagues. To do that, that is a tough gig, because you look right now, right? We've just paid 2 players massive money, Fernandes and Tonali, right? We've just paid them massive money. Man City have got a squad full of that. Man City have got 20 players. Probably, I don't know the exact numbers before everyone gets pedantic. Man City must have 20 players near enough 200k a week and over. I don't know the exact numbers. To get to that level is going to take many years, and you've got to remember that Man City and Chelsea did it in a time where they were the only ones that had the money to do it.
Mm-hmm.
Right now, you've got so many clubs across football that are earning big money, selling players for big money, reinvesting the money in. We will always be, unfortunately, unless we ever have a period where we go 5 league wins in 7 years, we will never.
Yeah, and it takes time, isn't it? It takes time.
Well, I think in 5
years
years we can take ourselves up significantly into an elite level. I'm not saying we'll be a Bayern Munich or whatever.
The foundations there for us, aren't they?
Yeah, to take us up to be major competitive.
I agree with you, Savva. What I would say is I don't think there's loads of clubs that have got that type of money. I mean, maybe
There's not.
more in the Premier League because of the Premier League, but in Europe, I mean, the whole economic outlook for Europe and even the UK is dire. So, God knows what's going to happen.
If Madrid want to spend, they find the money.
Yeah.
If Arsenal want to spend, they find the money. If Bayern want to spend, they find the money.
But
if Chelsea want to
what
spend,
I mean is
finding the money, right? That's the
I agree with you, but that hasn't that's been a permanent fixture, hasn't it, for the last 30, 40, 50 years, or however long it's been. What I would say is Liverpool kind of didn't. They spent a shitload of money, don't get me wrong, and they paid the wages, but I don't think they've done it as aggressively as, let's say, a Chelsea did in terms of money spent,
of course.
And an Arsenal and stuff like that. But don't get me wrong, they have they have spent a shitload of money. Look, I'm not even expecting that from Spurs. Like, I think if we do what Conte said, so we're going to spend a lot of money now, but if we do what Conte said, every window we're bringing in at least one 60-70 million pound player that we don't have to Google
to make the 11 better, basically.
Yeah, right. And we do that consistently, I think, and we keep good managers, obviously. That's the key thing, right? And we have a vision and all of that stuff.
Yeah. Caveat.
Yeah. Right? Then we can build a team that can, at the very least, maybe get us an odd title. God willing.
I agree.
Right? And an odd FA Cup and an odd maybe a Europa again or a.
But Maz, that's why I said the big test will be. It's all right doing what we're doing this season because we're playing 1 game a week,
but we got to stick to it.
The big test is going to be when we get into the champion. Again, it's all hypotheticals. We don't know what next season is going to look like, right? No. If next season we get back into the Champions League, if we get 4th or 5th and get back in Champions League, that means then Spurs need to go again next summer, and it's not just about a first 11. You're now saying. Correct. Right, we need another 3 or 4 70-80 million pound players. By the way, you're not playing every week. This is now a squad game. Plus, De Zerbi, as much as everyone's waxing lyrical, this isn't a serial winning manager that's done loads in football.
No, exactly.
No,
right?
I agree.
He's got to prove it himself.
That's not.
That's why I say he's a poor man's.
That's what I said. That's what I said.
That's not me knocking him. We've got to. I feel like a lot of Spurs fans right now are going, De Zerbi's a god. De Zerbi's a god. It's like, sure, but. He's now got a lot of pressure on him, De Zerbi.
Oh my God,
He's the first Spurs manager that's being backed massively. I'm seeing Spurs fans talking about fucking title races, right?
Yeah, like slow down sort of thing.
We never learn.
And unfortunately, Spurs fans, next year will go straight away from we must go from there to there. And De Zerbi's got pressure. De Zerbi has got whatever we think. He's got pressure. He's going to be our record ever summer, right? This window, I think, is going to be our record ever.
All eyes will be on him.
right? All the eyes are going to be on him. He's playing one game a week, right? So he's almost got to go and have a great season because our fan base, as much as they say they won't, they will flip on a dime. They won't go, oh, this is his first year. They will go mad if we go through.
Especially the way he's been backed up. And do you know what the funny thing is here, Savva? I agree with everything you have just said, 110% in that aspect. But the one who's been absolutely run down into the ground, who's been saying this from day, is Alex. Alex has basically said exactly what you've just said as well and gets slammed into the ground for it, yeah?
No, he hasn't.
It's just a point I want to make. Yes, he did.
No,
he hasn't. He said it about De Zerbi. He said he said the bollocks. No,
Alex
he said the
same
thing with De Zerbi.
Alex has flip-flopped from
I'm
one
just
position
sticking up
to
for him on
another,
there. He said the same thing about De Zerbi, that he hasn't done nothing to prove it yet, and people are absolutely loving him or thinking we're going to win titles. That's the thing I'm going at.
View to get himself.
So,
it's the way he says it, Dan. It's the way he says it. Like I'm
saying he's also been saying that as well.
And
a lot of us
Alex, the same
agree on
person who didn't want Jose a serial winner and didn't want Conte
but he
a
has.
serial winner.
He did say
he also wanted Danny Welbeck.
We are loving him
to sign Danny Welbeck.
I'm just saying that he said the same thing about De Zerbi. That's all I'm saying with him. He said the same thing.
He's never
as
wanted
well.
any manager.
And I think we can all agree that De Zerbi, he's going to have to deliver now. But we ain't going to go with bloody titles or nothing.
I agree with a lot of what Alex says.
I want the title or nothing. Title or nothing, Dan.
Right? I'm not digging Alex out. Right? I like Alex. Right? But he does come out with a lot of waffle as well. Like the same person who was like remember when we were arguing with him about bloody Ange, and he's like, I don't know why everyone's moaning. He's doing exactly what he wanted to do.
The point I was saying is he had this view as well, and it's a view we all actually have, and a lot of people on another side proper grilled him for it. I'm just sticking up for him on that one bit. I'm not going into the rest of it, and he's not here to defend himself in that aspect. I'm just making that little point there with it. But I do think. Go on.
Can I just say, I think people have also got to take into consideration there are going to be a lot of new players starting in that first team,
and they've got a gel,
and they've got a gel, and it's going to take them time. So if people think we're going to start off like Liverpool did last season with 5 wins on the bounce, I think they've got another thing coming. It's going to take time. He's got to work out what's his best back four. Okay, so he starts Porro. Yeah. Is he going to do a 3? Is he going to do a 4? Who's his left back?
Is Romero going to stay or go?
Romero staying or going?
He wants to go.
What's his best combination? Is it Van Heck, Senesi? Is it Van Heck, Van der Ven? Is it Senesi?
Surely he figures that out during the preseason.
Is he going to play? Is he going to play Van der Ven at left back? How is he going to? It's going to take him time.
I don't think anyone knows how he's going to play. That's the thing. So Brian, I'll come to you, mate, because you're fresh on here. You've just come on here. Where do you think we can go next season?
Sorry, what was the question?
Where do you think we can go this season then? And with what everyone is saying and that, where are we then? With what everyone said, your opinion.
Danny Kiriakou talking his normal crap because he's got his camera off again. Let me just say good morning to everyone on the panel.
Well,
good morning to everyone in the chat. Welcome to the Daigle House of Zen, where everything is calm, everything is good. Loving it. Like I've literally just walked in from work. Literally from working 11 p.m. to 7 a.m. And I thought I'd quickly join in before I fall asleep before England. But I've said it from 2 17th positions. If we get 8th in an FA Cup, I'll be ecstatic. I'll be absolutely goddamn ecstatic. I heard you guys talking about the FA Cup, and Maz was bang on right. For me, the FA Cup is prestige. And if people remember when Jose Mourinho took over the Chelsea job, he said the most important thing to win is the Carabao Cup or whatever it was called back then. It's the most important thing because it puts them in a winning mentality. It means they can do it. The FA Cup is synonymous with us, or used to be, and it's never lost it. I get what you're saying about monetary, Dan, completely. Financially, it's been blown out of the water, but
sadly,
very, very sadly.
Yes, sadly, correct.
To win the FA Cup at this football club means something. And players want medals and they want money. And if you keep winning the FA Cup, it breeds confidence. It breeds a lot more than just the money. Like I said, I'm not going to go. I'm not, even with what we've got now, even if we get a shit-hot front line, which I believe we will. I actually believe it will get addressed. It will get taken care of. whether it'll be left, right striker or two left, and whatever combination you want to look at it. But I am just thinking, right, let's just get ourselves back into the top 8. Let's get more than 3 home wins in a season, or 4 or 5 that we did last time. Let's just. I liken this to when Martin Jol took over. We were absolutely useless, and Martin Jol laid the foundations, and everyone started building them. And over the last few years, everything's fallen down like a house of cards. Or De Zerbi is here now, and he's put he's going to start putting the foundations in, and hopefully there'll be a stern stuff, and it will lead us to where we want to be and where we all think we should be. But right now, I'm not going to go OTT and say, top 6, Champions League, whatever. 8th, FA Cup, 8th and above. 8th is anything below is unacceptable. But the 8th in the FA Cup, and everyone's using, or a majority of people using this 1 game a week line for that means we can really go for the top 4 and make a challenge. For me, there is no excuse for Tottenham Hotspur. There is no excuse for Tottenham Hotspur not to take the domestic cup seriously. Forget the finances behind it. I want to see some armpit hair again. I want to see some armpit hair. I want to see. Have you heard that joke Ruud Gullit said when he was at Milan? He used to say, I used to suffer with this really, really bad side injury every single year. My sides were killing me. And Shearer turns around and goes, what are you talking about side injury? He goes, from doing this too many times. That's what I want Spurs to be doing again. We're known for being a historically cup team.
Yeah.
And with just 1 game a week, don't use that as in, we're going to challenge for the league or...
No, we're not.
No, people that say that, or even for top 4, that is you got to remember, we've started early. The rest of the top 4 and the big 6 will start flexing their muscles soon. They will start flexing their muscles.
They haven't started yet, have they, Brian?
We've done brilliantly to start as early as we have.
Yeah,
we have jumped ahead. We've got our main set of targets in. It's very clear the strikers need doing. We haven't done this before. They will flex their muscles, and when they do, it will even the gap again, so to speak, in the transfer market. So I'm not going to go over the top and say, right, we're going to cruise into the top 4 or challenge. Just get me back into the top half, challenging for Europe, and win an FA Cup to get us into Europe. That's my expectations for next season.
I think we'll get top 5, Brian, in my opinion.
Mate, if we do, I'll be mate, I will be ecstatic, but I'm not going to say, top 5, whatever, and then obviously count my chickens. I think it's just too much.
Do you know why, Brian, I say that? I say that because I don't believe for a second De Zerbi in any way, shape or form is going to those players he's asking to come to Spurs and say, look, we just want to see how far we get this season, right?
Yeah,
there is no way. I know, but I'm just saying, I believe we're going to get Champions League football. If, obviously, we still need to sort out, like you said, the attackers, right? We still need to bring in the attackers, and we need to see what happens there. But if they go and bring in the players that we're linked with, like your Krupi's or your Liao's and another player, then for me, there is no exception or no excuses that this team, with 1 game a week, has to get Champions League football. For me, it's anything but that is a failure with the way if that team lines up the way we think it's going to line up at the start of the season.
But
in my opinion,
Danny, like I said, bro, the other teams will start flexing their muscles and get where they go. I understand the optimism. Believe me, I'm in a place of internal optimism at the moment, and hope, belief, and everything that's going with it. I cannot remember a season I've been so excited for. I can't remember the last season.
I can agree.
I can't remember the last season where I wasn't spending all my fucking attention looking at the board and not being excited by what we're actually trying to achieve and what we're trying to do.
Brian, how do you feel about ENIC?
Mate, at the moment, do you know what? I'll say it again. I've said it. I think I said Dan's heard me say it. The way I'm likening this with ENIC right now, and the only way I can try and get my point across is, what's the date today? In 17 days, I reach a massive personal milestone. I reach 18 years sober. But the reason I bring this up is I had this conversation with my dad about 5-6 years into my sobriety. And I said to my dad, how long did it take you to firmly believe that I'm teetotal and I'm not? He goes, Brian, it took me 2.5 years. 2.5 years of having a UV light and marking every alcohol bottle. Every time we went out, counting how many beer bottles, bottles of wine, blah, blah. But just because it took me 2.5 years doesn't mean I weren't rooting for you every single step of the way. I weren't there believing that something was building and something was happening. And that's the way I can say it right now. We've wanted this. I've wanted this. And before we can say, oh, they've done it a second time, they've done it a third time, they've done it a fourth time, there has to be a first.
Correct.
There has to be a first.
That's a fair point.
You can't go, I can't go, oh, look, they've done it 5 times in a row if they haven't done it once. So, Ian, as you know full well, you and I have stood outside a club shop many a time.
Yeah.
Chanted inside a ground, home, away, Europe. I've stood outside training grounds wanting us to go for players like this, wanting us to pay the wages. The other reason I protested against them was the way they treated the fans and the history of this club being
I've got to tell you something, Brian, I've got to tell you something. The way they treat the fans, they have been releasing Hoffenheim tickets piecemeal. I've been in touch.
I've seen something about that.
Yeah, my pal Brad that I go with has been in touch with me, and he said a few days ago they've only released tickets for behind the goal. And I said, well, my son's not going. Wait, I'll get tickets in the West Stand. And I said, I'll try and get hold of the club and find out when they're releasing them. You come and sit with me instead of my son. And couldn't get through to the club. Tried, could not get through. They said, send an email. Sent an email on Tuesday.
Yep.
Just get one of these automated replies. We'll get back to you. Right. Come Friday, nothing. Zilch. So I sent another email yesterday. It's just disgraceful the way they treat fans. And they may be spending money, but this hasn't changed. They still look, unfortunately, they still look on fans like there's something from the bottom of their shoes.
Yeah, but here I will say, listen, at the moment, the most important thing we want to see is them do it on the football pitch.
Yes,
exactly that.
I would rather they can treat me as shit as they want. Not that I'm a season ticket.
No, I disagree, Brian. They shouldn't be treating you as shit.
Hang on, let Brian finish. Let Brian finish.
What I'm saying is that's the most important. They cannot change absolutely everything. They've brought in a new manager. The guy from City's come in. They've said, right, they said at the end of the season, we're going to address this. Actions speak louder than words. They're doing that. They can't shift everything from there to their personnel department, the customer service. Everything is going to take stage. I understand, mate, they've always been hopeless at responding. They've always been hopeless at responding. That's not going to, just because we spent money, they're not going to go, okay, now we must address every customer, because they probably get undeeped emails. And, mate, the admin who does Twitter, for years and years, he's probably, every time he's pushing enter to send out a social media post, he's probably shaking with fear knowing the reactions he's going to get. They've upped their game. Listen, it's all going to be gradual. Like you said, I don't have a membership. I'm not a season ticket holder. I have no reason to email them or whatever. So that's not going to just change like that. Those things need wholesale changes, but that's nothing to do with the footballing side. So as I was saying, when you said where was I with Enoch, right now they're on the football pitch. I'm not going to sit here and complain. Have we overpaid for Fernandes? Do I give a fuck? You look at it. Paratici said, would you rather overspend 20 million or XYZ million to get the correct player the manager wants so he's there, or do you want to keep going cheap, going young, getting the wrong ones, and keep having to replace them? So we overpaid for Fernandes. Does it affect any of our... No.
Brian, I think everyone overpays for everyone these days, if I'm going to be honest with you.
80 million is the new 50 million. 80 million is... It's like, literally, what was 50 million a couple of years ago? Don't even get you to the table to those players anymore.
I mean, so basically now, we're always going to be able to pick out points that needs improvement, yeah, and there's still a lot of work to fucking do at Spurs. Just because we've thrown a couple of 100 mil about it ain't fixed anything and everything. There's still a long way to go. But I believe for the first time in a long time, we have a very positive season to come up.
Yeah.
But there is that thing at the moment of the thing we are missing is a goal scorer. So with the team we have right now, if we don't get any other players, are you going to say that this window is a success, or that it's been a failure, or that it's been in between? And how far do you think it could take us if we don't buy any more? Well, Ben, I'll go with you first, mate.
Who first? Sorry,
Ben, I'll go with Ben. He's been quiet for a bit.
Yeah, no, I was going to jump in there, actually. I wanted to say, before I answer your question, I wanted to say, look, some fans, I'm answering that previous question, some fans have high expectations. Look, DK's just turned around and said anything but top four is a failure. I see a few in the chat saying, you know, second, anything less than second is a failure. Look, I'll say this.
He's a wind-up.
No, I know.
Junior Mafia is a good friend of mine, and he is a wind-up.
Yeah, no, I'm aware. But I did want to say, look, right now, at Tottenham Hotspurs, assuming we bring in that striker, assuming we bring in that left winger, what we've got is a team of good individuals. And the one thing Spurs will lack this season is an actual team. Because I do think, you know, we've seen it before with Chelsea. We've seen it last season with Liverpool. If you bring in too big of an influx of players, you've lost that team coherency, you know, and that's something that has to be built. So for me, expectations going into this season, I'm very much with Brian. I will say, look, if we pull in that left wing, we pull in that striker, I think anything less than any sort of European football would be a failure. Mm-hmm. So that's going up as high as, is that 8th? Am I right in thinking 8th?
8. Yeah, 8. Say 8.
Yeah, right. For me, that's a necessity. That has to be done. I think anything less than 8th, if we do finish the season strongly, the transfer window strongly, I think would be a failure. But I just hope, and I wonder if Spurs fans are going to be patient enough to realise that we're not going to hit the ground running straight away. I think you'd be a little bit naive to think that we're going to go and smash it straight away. You do have to build that team sort of ethos, that team,
because it's chemistry. A lot of players that are going to have to gel together. It
is, and like I'm saying, it's not a team. It's a player of, you know, top quality individuals. So, but anyway, aside from that, Dan, what was that other question you asked me, mate? Sorry.
Like basically, if we don't go and buy anybody else, we stick with what we got. How would you rate the window, and where do you think we should finish? And where do you think we would finish? I think you just answered where you think we'd finish.
Yeah, as it stands, without a striker and a left winger, good God. How do I rate the window so far? Look, we've brought in some players that I adore. So, based on the quality we've brought in, it's hard to look at this a certain way, because do you look at the overall, do you look at what you've brought in? I mean,
it's a bit of both, isn't it?
It is a bit of both. Look, so far we've done incredibly smart things. We've built from the back, all bar the keeper, I'm aware, but we've built from the back. We've brought in some top quality players. I can think of 3 that would fit into most teams in the Premier League. As it stands, I'm currently at I'm currently an 8, because 6 players, you know, of that quality, I'm a happy boy. I am. I'm very positive. I'm excited. But in terms of finishing what we've got currently, I mean, look, if you don't have a forward line that can produce, I think you're going to go nowhere fast. So as good as the rest of the team may be, you know, 11th, 10th, maybe. As it stands, we bring. Listen, like I said, we bring in a striker, we bring in that winger, that would significantly increase. But as it stands, I reckon I'll go with 10th.
You reckon we'd finish 10th with the team we got at the moment?
I do, because I think the players we've brought in will significantly look. Players like Tonali and Fernandes,
they don't score goals, do they?
No,
That's
don't.
The problem what we're missing at the moment, isn't it?
And they are the sort of players that are going to improve the players in front of them, and similarly behind them. So, you know, that's sort of my thinking there. But yeah, I think the biggest problem at Spurs, and we all know this, judging off of last season, is we have to fix that front line desperately. We need some quality.
Exactly.
There.
So, with the rest of you, what I just asked Ben, at the moment, what would you rate the window? And if we buy no one else, where do you think this team could take us next season? And then obviously we're going to who we need to buy.
I need to jump. So let me jump in.
Go on then. Go for it.
I need to jump in 5.
Go for it, mate.
I'm not going to give it an out of 10, because I think that transfer windows are ins and outs, and I think they've got a lot of work to do to get rid of some of this crap. I know we always talk about what's come in, but I'm still seeing Bergvall. I'm still seeing Solanke. I still see Richarlison, Tell, Odegaard, Sarr, Romero, Vicario. I still see the same bad players that have had us down where we are. So for me, this window, they've got to start concentrating on getting some of that out as well. I agree with Brnji on the front of, at the moment, I think.
Can I drop my rating after he said that? Is that all right? He's actually right. I didn't even think of that. I'm so excited about players coming in.
No. Listen, I think incomings is brilliant, right? But I just think that whenever we do this with transfer windows, we never look at, like last summer, everyone got really excited, and I'm going, we've only sold one player, and that was Son. Like again, the squad wasn't. You've got to refresh the squad, and this squad has not been refreshed for years. And even if you look, Dan, at who's left the football club, left the football club that was a first team player that played a lot for us? Vuskovic was out on loan.
He's never played for us. That's why I had no problem with him going.
Don't say that word, Savva. I'm still.
Yeah, I know. We all know about your weird fascination with Alfie Devine. Mate. Don't worry about that. You got so Devine was out on loan. Vuskovic was out on loan. Who else did we make money for? We've made.
Beliz was out on loan.
Was out on loan. So
for Liz.
Yeah, 9 million,
I've not
wasn't it?
seen any of the current Spurs players. I'm not counting Mawani and Paulinho on loans. I've not seen
Dragerson.
Alone. Yeah. Again, alone. I've not.
No, he's 20 mil. It's done.
Loan and obligation.
He's gone on loan, and they have to buy him.
Sure,
they have to buy him.
I get that, but again, I'm not seeing any of the main players that have been here playing,
like your SARS or your Richarlisons.
I've not seen them go. So at the moment, my worry is and I know a long way to go in the window. If the window's shut now, I'm still having to watch Richie. I'm still watching all these players getting minutes at Tottenham. So I think you got it right, Dan. I think there's a hell of a lot of work to do in this window. I think the headline news has been made, right, with Tonali and Fernandes. But the actual day-to-day running of the club, I think there's a lot of work that needs to happen. Yes. I don't think there's goal scorers in this football club. Kuda's coming back will chip in. Maddison will score goals. But Tell, Richie, Odeberg, Solanke, these boys are not good enough to get you back into Europe, in my humble opinion. And that's why I keep saying, Lubo, we have this chat a lot. The next two signings for me will tell us how good the window is. The next two signings I'm guessing it's going to be two wingers or a winger or a striker. Those two are going to be pivotal to, have we just built a team that's going to be decent, or are we building a team that can go out and score goals?
It's like doing a jigsaw puzzle, isn't it?
Yeah.
You're missing those pieces to actually have the team that deserve, for a first season, for what De Zerbi wants to do.
Yeah.
We're missing those two final pieces of the jigsaw.
But they've got loads.
What do you think we need then, guys? Do you think we need one striker or two strikers, one winger, two wingers?
Two forwards. We need two forwards, whichever way you play.
Does anyone have leaders? Does anyone have
leaders? I love.
I thought we need three attackers.
Quality player, great hold up, strong, scores goals off his right, off his left. He's good.
Who are you talking about? Sorry.
Pavlidis, 27-year-old Greek striker. He plays Benfica.
See, for me, we had this chat, didn't we, Lubo, the other day? So when you've got players like that, I just don't think Spurs are scouting them, which is why I think we're going to go and drop 90 on Krupi, because I don't think we know players
out of the Premier League. Like what you basically said earlier, everyone we're getting in is almost easy because we already know them as such.
Do you think that's to eliminate the risk?
Dan. Easy and expensive, but it looks like only from the players we're linked with. I don't know this. I don't work at Tottenham. Right? I'm not an ITK. I'm not.
Savva, you are an ITK. You're number one.
I'm definitely not an ITK. All the players we've been linked with would suggest that De Zerbi is not after an out-and-out number 9. All of the links would suggest that he wants some form of fluidity, that he wants nimble players that can all interchange. When you look at names like PSG being linked, he's not really a 9. He's not really a winger. He's a hybrid. You look at Rafa Leão. Rafa Leão can play across the front three, but so I don't think he's going to go and get that number 9 that a lot of us want.
Yeah,
and I've got no problem with that, as long as I don't have to watch Solanke and Richarlison.
Well, do you think, Savva, do you think that there's a chance that De Zerbi has looked at obviously managing in Marseille in France and competing with PSG while he was there, right? Do you not think he's maybe looked at it and looked at their kind of model, and their model is a very similar in terms of they're buying a lot of these kind of not out and out number 9s. They just sold their only out and out number 9 to AC Milan, right? And they want to bring in other players who are not out and out number 9s. And if you look at the, like you said, the fluidity and how the pace and the power of those attackers, that's why PSG are the best in the world right now, right?
If I said to you, our front three, when all are fit, is going to be Kudus off the right, just starting. Kudus off the right, Leao off the left, and Krupi
in the middle.
I'm drooling.
Krupi's not an out and out 9.
I know he's not. I know.
But what that allows you to do is Kudus can drift inside. Leao can drift inside. Right, James Maddison drifts to the left, drifts to the right. It gives you fluidity.
Yes,
I've got a feeling that's what he's doing.
Yeah, which we just have not had, isn't it? No chemistry, no fluid.
Otherwise,
Savva, and
I've not seen a single number 9, like a true 9, with Tottenham.
And do you know what, Savva? I've got a
quick
funny
thing,
feeling.
Dan. Just quick thing. I just want to say thanks to the super chat for Dean, mate. Much appreciated. Thanks a lot. Go on, Dan, with what you were saying.
Yeah, no, I agree.
Sorry, Danny, just really quickly.
Yeah, go ahead.
Drew F. Scott saying Savva. By the way, it's got 2 V's in it. It's not difficult. Stop pushing rubbish Greek strikers. I was asked my opinion on a striker.
Yeah.
I've literally said I don't think Spurs are going to be anywhere near looking at a player like that. Right? But he's not rubbish. His goal record in the last 6 or 7 seasons has been absolutely brilliant. Yeah. So please, can we? I know you're probably somebody that doesn't watch other leagues, but Pavlidis is a good striker. He's a very no. By the way, what does it matter that he's Greek?
Yeah,
who gives a shit?
What has his nationality got to do with?
Look at Scholes. Look at Scholes.
Yeah, I don't care whether he comes. I don't care whether he comes. Yeah, I don't care whether a player comes from African nations, bloody China, bloody America, bloody Belgium, or whatever. As long as he does the fucking job, who cares?
Greek people are the worst people in the world, didn't they, Danny K?
I agree.
We're awful.
I reckon it's just down to you two. I reckon it's just down to you two. You don't do much. You know, you don't portray yourselves very well. Your nation and that. It's down to you two.
Mate,
and Elly. Get in that taverna and make us food. We don't want you playing football, you bloody Greeks. Stop winning Euros.
I was going to say, Sal, right? I've got this feeling that I think they're going to get 2 attackers for definite. Now, I don't know who they are. I would like to believe, I believe more strongly that we are going to get Krupi purely for the fact purely for the reason that I don't think anyone is going to pay the money that Spurs are willing to pay for him, right? So I think that we will get
Tonali, basically.
Same as Tonali and Fernandes. And I think it might be Leao or someone else. And then I think what they'll do is they'll look at trying to get rid of like your Richarlison or someone like that in attack. And if they can get rid of him, because I'm just from what I've heard, I'm not 100% sure that Richarlison will leave. And it's not because Spurs don't want him to go. It's because they might not be able to get rid of him.
No, I think they will.
I think, personally, if they are going to get rid of him, they're going to have to take some kind of loss, right? Even though he's only got
every player, though. Dan,
I know. But what I'm saying is they're not going to expect, they shouldn't expect to get what they maybe want for him because he's not going to get.
Danny, the way transfers work, you won't make a loss, right? If you actually think what Spurs paid for him in 2020.
21?
Was it 4 or 5 years ago now?
21 or
5 years. No, hang on. The year before Kane left, 22.
Either way, 4 or 5 years, either way.
So we paid roughly
48
million, right?
48 million. We paid 48 million.
As I said, Lubo, the word roughly. We paid roughly 50 million, right, for Richarlison. Right? You think a player's value depreciates over time, doesn't it? Right? A player's value will naturally go down. So even if Spurs sold him now for 10, 15 million, you've not actually lost any money because you've had him for that time. Where you lose money is if we've signed Tonali for 92 million this year, right? If you sell him next year for 50, now you've taken a hit. But you think we've had Richie for 4 or 5 seasons now, so we're not actually losing money. no matter what you take for him.
I get what you're saying. I think what people are just what I do is we're never going to make our money back on certain players.
Sure.
Even if there's only about 4 players at the club we could have made money on, and that's Vuskovic being one of them, Bergvall being one of them. Sarr, we might actually make more money than what we paid for him by about a tenner maybe. And the only other established player that we would actually make money on is probably Van der Ven. Because we ain't going to make money on Romero, I don't think. I mean, Kudus, Maddison, all that, would you make money on them? They're not for sale anyway, so it don't matter. But I think Van der Ven is actually probably the only one who's actually... Yeah, I said Bergvall.
Oh, sorry. That's where I'd be making the money down.
He'd already be gone for me. Bake potato, see you later.
Vuskovic has gone.
But, but in that respect, out of the established players, I think Van der Ven is the only one who's justified... that you could add a significant amount of money onto his price tag. I mean, what has Romero really justified that we want an extra 40 million for what we paid for him? But I do get, we could get 40, 50 mil for him as such.
Is anyone else hoping Argentina win the World Cup?
No.
I am for Lionel Messi, but not for Romero.
Really? I want his value to go up.
No, I get where Ben's going here. That's a fair point. If he has a good World Cup.
Christian Romero's... Listen, he's not a newbie. I think the world knows what Christian Romero is and isn't without winning a world. Listen, for him to win the World Cup, what's he got to do? He's got to beat Switzerland, England and Norway, or France and Spain, right? Those 3 games aren't going to change his value as a footballer right now, are they? I think he's 28. You know what he is. It's not like...
It has done in the past with plenty of other players. But a good tournament, usually they tend to go for a lot more money, no?
I pray to God if England don't win the World Cup that Argentina do. But only reason being, as Danny knows, I've got Argentina in the We Are Tottenham TV sweepstakes, and I'm up so apart from that,
it would be lovely for Messi to go out of football off the back of 2 back-to-back World Cups at 35 and 39.
It'd be crazy. It would be crazy. But I don't want to see him win it again. To be honest, they shouldn't even. They shouldn't even be in it. They shouldn't even be in it. To be honest.
No. Basically, let's just hope Romero has a good World Cup. So
let's hope we don't get into
shit so far, isn't he?
Yeah. So that bar one game. But if he, let's just hope he has a good World Cup so we can fuck him off for more money. But I do agree. There's certain players out there that I think if we're going to do it properly. Do you know what? You're just going to... Everybody knows that we are desperate to get players in and we'll charge an extra 20% for it. Everyone knows that we want some of this crap out and will give us less money because they know we're desperate to get rid of it, bar maybe the 4 players that were named. Like I said, Van der Ven is probably the only established player that has actually given any right to put another 50% on his price, for example, as such. None of the others basically have.
I agree.
So I think a lot of them, we're just going to have to take a loss, get them out, get the new ones in.
But Dan, I was told that the club wanted to get players in for De Zerbi and then start getting the players out.
Either way, whatever way they want to do it, I'm just saying there's quite a few players.
Which is the right way it should be done.
Exactly.
Yeah, we're just going to have to take a price cut on quite a few.
Do you reckon that is based on now, like we did with Vuskovic and Dragusin, once the defence was sorted, okay, we can start letting defenders go. Now midfield looks sorted. Maybe he'll start letting some midfielders go before we bring in the strikers because it's like, right, we're done.
No, it's not. It's not.
We'll see.
They're actively, Brian, they're actively talking with strikers at the moment.
That's what I'm saying. So that's what I'm saying is when it comes to outgoings, maybe the ones that they will release first will be midfield. They'll get the SARS out or the midfielders because they've got it. The one thing you've got to admire that they've done this window, wherever you stand on the ownership spectrum, is for the first time in ages, they have brought the players in before letting people go. We haven't been caught short with we need the Ericsson money so we can go get Bruno Fernandes, and then Bruno Fernandes signs for United. We end up with Gedson Fernandes.
Fair point.
They are literally bringing in players and then said, right, off you go. You can fuck off now.
Well, Brian, the 85 we've spent on Fernandes is covered completely by Vuskovic, Dragusin, Veliz, and Divine. Those 4.
Stop mentioning Divine. Listen. I've just raised my spotlight from half mast.
Yeah.
Divine was rubbish.
Vicario's going to go.
Listen,
Dan.
Mr. Camera off because it's too hot in Amsterdam right now. I know exactly why you got your camera off.
It is. My apartment's like 38 to 32 degrees at the moment. It's
Mate, the main thing is
boiling.
They've gone for the defense. They've gone for the midfield. The question you were asking before, Dan, is about the strike. Blah blah blah. I firmly believe we'll get the strike force. I am in no doubt whatsoever. This window, we might listen. If we lose out on Krupi and he ends up at XYZ, am I going to go mad? No. But like, okay, you've lost one. Let's see what your option B was.
Can I ask you guys, what do you think about the Krupi links? Because I personally, I think he'd be unbelievable for us.
He's mustard.
With the way it looks, right? The way De Zerbi, like Savva was saying earlier on, it doesn't look like we're going for like the traditional number 9. I think Solanke for this season is going to be that as long as he stays fit,
100%
right?
correct, Danny.
Yeah, but I think if we get a Krupi, I think for me, Krupi and Solanke, and then if they get rid of Richarlison, I do think they might bring in someone else, but it will be another type of versatile forward, right? It won't be like a traditional number 9. Do you think that would be enough? And do you think someone like Krupi is the guy we should go for? Because for me personally, I think he is mustard. Like I think he is top youngster.
I've had this chat with a few people, and I'm only going by how I would rather do it. This is just personal, not saying Spurs should. I haven't really seen enough of Krupi to judge him fairly, but I've checked him up a hell of a lot more since people have told me a lot more about him. It's like I didn't really know much about Fernandes because why the fuck do I want to go and watch West Ham regular? I'll watch Serie A rather than watch Birmingham versus bloody West Ham or whatever. So I couldn't really judge him too fair. And yeah, doing checking up, I think we got a good one there. Like I said, I'd have rather gone for Kone all day long, but I am not complaining in any means or manner. The thing is with Krupi, he's 19. And he's had one good season. One. And as all I've heard of a majority of people, one in the Premier League.
Oh, in the Premier League, yeah, fair enough.
Yeah. And as all I've heard of people all last season, me being one of them, and a lot of people saying, I don't want to be relying on bloody kids. Same as with Vuskovic, when everyone was saying how great he could be and everything else, I'm like, I don't care. He hasn't got the experience. I don't want to rely on a 19-year-old. Now, Krupi has looked very good from what I have seen and what people have said. But do I want to rely, again, not my money, so either way, but do I really want to rely on 90 million on a 19-year-old that has done it once? If anything, I would personally rather go and get myself a solid, established left winger that can do it. And I would personally go get back and get myself a goalkeeper that can save me 15 points in a season. And then I would look at what I can do up front and maybe prolong it. But that's just what I would do.
Danny, just quickly.
I think we're going to be relying on a 19-year-old kid again, who's just had 90 million put on him, by the way. And that is going to be a massive pressure on his head. Whether he picks the price or not, you know that is going to be immense pressure. Can he handle the pressure of 90 million being on his head? We don't know. I'm just very skeptical. I want teachers, not bloody students.
Dan, let me put it this way. Would you rather, if you look at it, Krupi could be 90 million. Mm-hmm. We spent 75 million on Odebear and Tell. And Krupi's done more in one season at Bournemouth. Yes, it could be a Solanke, whatever. But this guy, like Savva was saying, has got all the attributes of whatever position. I think what he can bring to Tottenham is I think he can bring so much. And the fact PSG did want him strongly before they were going for Diamonde and Akliouche, they spot a youngster. They
like Barcelona wanted Bergvall, yeah?
Yeah, but no, I'm not talking about fucking Barcelona. Bergvall can fuck off. I hope he does go.
No, but the point I'm making is you're saying PSG wanted him so much. I'm saying, well, Barcelona wanted
that was
Bergvall.
from the Swedish. Mate, that was because they wanted him from the Swedish league. And then when it came down to it, they didn't go in for him. When Spurs put the bid in,
Bergvall haven't accomplished anything.
Barcelona didn't put a bid in. Barcelona were interested and monitoring the situation and all the buzzwords you want to use. Just like Vuskovic. Everyone wanted Vuskovic on loan, but the second it was put the money up, crickets apart from Brighton. Barcelona didn't go in for him. If Barcelona did go in for him, I don't think we would have seen him in a Spurs shirt. Krupi, who has done it in the Premier League, so it's not, he's coming from the Austrian league or the blooming some shit.
He's at least got that one season, unlike other players who just haven't even done anything in the Premier League.
Put it this way, if Krupi had gone somewhere else in the Premier League, Us Spurs fans will be going, oh my God, why didn't we go for him?
Isn't it a bit of both though, Brian? Because so this is the conversation I keep having.
Yeah, I'm a bit of both sides to it.
I've got nothing against the player. I think he's a fantastic footballer.
Agree.
Right, but on the other hand, Dan is right. If he comes in and what is he, 20 now? I think he's just turned 20.
19, 20.
Yeah,
if he comes in, what we can't do, right? We can't do a Lubo special. And if he doesn't start scoring goals immediately, start going, oh, but he's only 20. Because if you are spending £90 million, which is one, very unfair on him.
Yeah,
right?
agree that.
That's
Agree.
really unfair
But that's
on him.
just life.
But sure. But two, it is, again, I'm trying to say this. I like him as a player. I like him a lot. Do I want him at Tottenham Hotspur? Absolutely. Do I think it's a massive risk at £90 million for a guy that's had 21 Premier League starts? It is massive. But I just don't want to hear anybody next year giving it the old, but he's only young. Because if that's the profile you're going for 90 million, he's got to hit the ground running.
That I agree. That I wholeheartedly agree.
Yeah, I agree with that.
Crap excuses we've had for Bergvall and Gray and Tell.
Right.
This
let me
is what I'm worried
Let me
about.
put this out. PSG
Go on.
are going to spend how much on Diamondi?
Yeah, but PSG will spend.
Yeah, but Diamondi is one of the most wanted footballers in the world.
How many appearances has he made for Leipzig?
I don't know.
Not many at all.
Was it one season he's been there?
Sure, but Lubo, you're
came
missing
from
the
America,
obvious. You're missing the obvious here. With Diamondi going to PSG, right? He's also got Kvaratskhelia, Barcola, Doué, Dembele, and they're getting Akliouche. So the pressure on Diamondi going there for 90 million isn't going to be, you've got to be the main man. Krupi coming in as our 90 million pound forward signing, you're now the main focal point in this new look forward attack.
Yeah,
he's going to have to hit the ground running, Lubo.
That is a lot of pressure to put on. I mean, look,
got to remember this.
Dan,
let me just finish off. Sorry, if that's all right.
That's fine. No, go
Doué, for example. Doué's a phenomenal footballer, but doesn't have to be the main man at PSG because you've got Dembele and Kvaratskhelia. So if Doué has a bad game or a bad run of form, people are going, doesn't matter. You got Kvaratskhelia and Dembele. At Spurs, it will be, oh shit, Krupi's not playing well this month. Right, we're back to Richarlison or Solanke. So there's a lot of pressure going on him. I like him, Lubo. We've had this chat personally. I like him, but if you had said to me, we're going to pay 90 million for a guy who's 20 and scored 13 Premier League goals, that is massive money.
Of course it is. Of course it is. And listen, it's a risk. It's a risk because it's 1 year. If he'd done it for 3 years, you'd be looking at it thinking, great bit of business. Sure. No, I understand that. But you know what? Sometimes a player, you see a player, they're coming through, they're that young and they're that good. That player gets snapped up normally by a big club. And then that's it. They're there for many, many years, aren't they?
I agree. But the difference is they're allowed to blood into the big club. Like if Real
not just dropped into it by the bomb like he will be at Spurs. You're now our main man. And the second you don't do it, people are jumping him like Archie Gray.
He's not coming into a stable team. He's not coming into a team with a system.
If Real Madrid buy Krupi, for example, right? It doesn't matter. You've got Mbappe. Right, you've got Vinicius Jr. This kid can come in. No one's going to really take note of what was his first season like. This will be Tottenham's most expensive ever forward player, right?
Yeah.
And I feel like if you get him, you've got to get a Leao so that you've got
absolutely
so that you've got some experience to go with him. You can't bring in Krupi, put him with Tell, and go right. So.
That's right. No, I agree totally. I'm not
against it.
It's a very dangerous one. One quick thing, Lubo. Tommy, look, Savva, you're saying Krupi is set for failure already. He ain't fucking saying that at all. As all he's saying, same as me, is the poor fella is only 20. No, he didn't ask for that price tag. Archie Gray didn't ask for 40 million. I mean, Odebert didn't ask for 20, but the fact that there is a 90 million on his head, if you're good enough that someone pays 90 million for you and you're getting 200 grand wages and you are in that first 11, you get judged the same as everyone else. I've got no sentimentality for you. The only thing I will show a little bit on is when you see something, when you can see the lack of experience fucked up. But if I then go and see him mess up 2 shots in front of goal, I'm going to grill him as much as anyone else because we just paid fucking 90 million for him. And it's just the way it is.
Is it
he's not saying he's going to fail. He's just asking questions. Should we take this risk with a 19, 20-year-old? Go on, Lubo.
Sorry, Lubo. I've really got to go, right? Just really quickly, Wim. Why is it if you ask a question now, people take it as your opinion and statement? My question mark, I started the conversation by saying, really like Krupi. You all heard me say that, right? Really like him.
I'm the one who's been more skeptical.
I thought you said you hated him, Savva.
Really want him to sign, right? I'm just saying that we've got no room here to go, oh, he's a kid, give him a few years. Because if you're spending your budget, I don't know how dumb people are.
Listen,
fucking dumb people everywhere.
I think after six transfers where you look at them and you think, do you know what? They bought good quality established players. I think this is the big risk, isn't it? This is the big risk that is either going to be, you know, just surmising now that they're going to buy him. It's either going to be an absolute masterstroke because the kid's going to be absolutely phenomenal, and it's going to be fucking hell. Tottenham, excuse my French, Tottenham. What a that even at 90 million, what a player! Because if he's that good, it'll be 120, 130, 150 in a few years' time.
Yeah.
You're right there. I do get that.
Or if it doesn't work,
spamming fella. I've read what you said. Look, come on, mate. I'll give you a chance. And I'm one to let anyone know you're being a prick, mate, and I'll just kick you off. Come on, mate, lay off. Just be straight, will ya? You ain't got to keep spamming it. Go on.
Dan, I think this is my cue to go. You're getting a lot of trolls going against me.
Mate, it's no love lost to me. Don't worry about it, mate. It's only
it's not when you start getting the Drews and the Tommies doing this, it just ruins my experience.
Don't go because of that, Savva. Don't go because of that. We'll have a good conversation.
But I think this has just summed it up for me. I never suggested that Spurs were going to sign Pavlidis. I was literally asked a question if I like Pavlidis.
I'm the one who is more skeptical of it, where he's only 19 and 90 million and only had one season. If anything, it's more me that is the skeptical one of it.
Can I ask a question, guys? Can I ask a question?
Danny, just before, because I've got to bounce as well. Can I ask one question before I leave?
Cheers, Sav. Cheers for coming on.
I just wanted to ask a real quick question before I leave as well. Listen, we're linked with players like Leao, Savinho, and Gakpo, right?
Yeah.
I'm interested to know, out of the three, who people would prefer we go with. Like, and it's just personal opinion. It doesn't have to be anything other than personal opinion. For me, I'd very much like Savinho. Okay, that's just my personal opinion. You can't argue with, you know, the GA of Leao, but what you see with him in the highlights on YouTube is not what you get week in, week out. The guy is a very lazy player and a bit egotistical, but you can't argue with his GA. Gakpo is probably the safest bet, if I'm honest, because his GA, again, you can't argue with, and he's done it in the Premier League. But yeah, I just wanted to know quickly from the panel, out of the three, who would you take? So for me, it's Savinho.
Can I go first, because my tiredness is starting to kick in, and I need to try and get to sleep before England because I've got work again this evening. Mate, honestly, I've got to get sleep, then get to the Scotland Yard, then get back to pick my bag up, then go to work and work straight. Right. So what were the three? Savinho,
Gakpo, Savinho, Gakpo, and Leao.
Yeah.
Do you know what? I've said it. I like Leao, but my one big problem with him was consistency. And as much as Dan knows his Italian football and speaks, I watched an incredible piece on We Are Tottenham TV with Iggy.
Yeah.
And when Iggy's talking about AC Milan, obviously Dan be the other side of that coin with Milan. Iggy speaks, it's like gospel to me. He is the guy to go to, and it's an incredible piece. Now, he said,
I watched what he said.
I loved it. I think it was a brilliant interview. I think he was brilliant on it. And even though I look at it, when we had Ginolas and left wingers that had this creativity and output and flair, the managers made a plan. So when we are off the ball, it accommodates for Leao or Ginola back at the time. So when we get the ball back, you spring it and get it to him straight away. And when you've got the way I look at it as well, to say up, if we can get Tonali and Fernandes to replicate, I'm not saying hit the standards, but if they get the understanding of a Wanyama and Dembele did in that final season of the window, where they become that, not saying they're going to be that elite that straight away, but if they get that understanding and do their job well, the reason we were so successful is them two did their job so well in the defence that the front four could do what the fuck they wanted.
Yeah.
If they lost the ball, if they're creative and lost it, they knew Dembele, Wanyama would mop it up or cover them. So I think Leao has now become my favourite. He wasn't.
Agree. Same for me, bro.
I'm a massive fan of Nusa. And I think today when Nusa goes at our right back, he's going to have a field day because that's been the problem area all World Cup for England. I was before, if you'd asked me that question a few days ago, Ben, I would have said neither of them, Nusa. That's who I would have.
However, Nusa and Savinho, in terms of scales, are very, very similar.
I just think Nusa is I think he's electric. Okay. Obviously, Savinho's been here, but I am firmly in the Leao camp. But
Savinho, what experience does Savinho really have in the Premier League?
Well, from what
even though he's been at a Premier League club, he hasn't played much.
Then from what I've been hearing as well, they want both Leao and Savinho because Savinho has the added advantage of being able to play on the right.
Brian,
you see with Leao, they don't. With Leao, I've watched Leao many a time.
I've got different information in, I've
watched Raphael many a time, yeah. And the player you're going to relate him to, I said this ages ago, is Marcus Rashford. On his day, Leao can really do something. And you look at his stats, and his stats all right, but his stats actually, he's more patchy than Son. And what I mean by Son would go 5 games and score 7 goals. And then he'd go 7 games and he wouldn't score a goal. But the difference was, you'd still know Son was on that pitch. He was still playing football. Whereas Leao, he's exactly the same as Rashford. His ego is probably worse than Rashford. I mean, I'll give it a 15 out of fucking 10. He's so far stuck up his own arse. And the other thing is with him as well is he's one who turns up for 2 months, but then disappears for 2 months. Not games, he disappears for time. But as a loan, I'll take the risk. Go on, Brian.
What I was going to say that what we've got to realise in all these teams, there is that one maverick. There is that one egotistical, it's me. And you know the thing that frightens me with Leao is his acceleration. Forget his pace. How many times when you watch things do you see
he's very good on the ball as well.
Mate,
you saw it the other night.
He'll kick it like on reading. When he kick a ball, you think like, well, he's overhit that. And then the next thing you know, he's got it like a jog. So I have become very, very, very firmly on the I'd love to see Nusa at the club because I actually think, like I said, if Fernandes and Tonali could have this understanding and this setup that they're going to cover them, find a way like Ginola. It was like Ginola, don't come back because it's like final thing I'll say. Do you remember Neil Warnock when he was managing QPR and he had Adel Tarab? There's a funny story he tells. He saw this guy and thought, my fucking God, this guy is absolutely incredible on the ball. But they saw him defending and literally Neil Warnock went and spoke to his team and goes, right, if any of you pass the ball to Tarab in our half, £250 fine. It was like, do not give this guy the ball. Do not ask him to defend. But as soon as we get the ball, the first thing you do is you get it to Leao. You get it to Tarab. And I think he's going to be, hopefully, if we got him, I mean, obviously, I don't know what he's going to do. I think he'd be that outlet like Ginola for us back then. Yeah, Danny, before I go.
Before you go, it's also like with the certain players, right? They shouldn't be doing all of the defensive work or all the kind of coming back and defending, right? Yes, I get as a team you might need to do a bit of that, but like they didn't ask when Gareth Bale became the player at Spurs before he left. They didn't ask him to track back and go and defend and stuff. Gareth Bale was the outlet, right?
Yeah,
he's the guy who's going to make magic happen.
Gareth Bale was a shit defender. Simple as that.
But this is it, Dan. Right? But this is I'm saying.
Same as Porro.
But also,
whoa. Not before.
Hold on. Let me just finish the point. Right? With those type of players, and again, right? Look at Erling Haaland, right? He does nothing in a whole game and then produces these 2 moments that could knock Brazil out of the World Cup. And we've seen Haaland do that in the Premier League. He will have played shit.
Keeper, that's what they do.
I know, Dan, but what I'm saying is quality players, right, sometimes don't do enough during the game, but they will produce moments of brilliance, right?
Yeah.
And if you look at the output, the reason why for me, Leao is the number 1 is because Savino hasn't shown the output yet. I know that I believe that he can do it, right? I believe
can score goals.
But Leao has consistently, and he's in the prime of his career now, right? Savino, I think, again, needs more coaching and stuff. And I think Nusa as well. These 2 players have not proven it in their leagues. I know Savino had a great season in La Liga. But again, we haven't seen him as a left winger consistently, right? So for me, I would go for the proven player because I feel that someone like Leao is going to give you more.
Then do you not think Gakpo
output.
is that proven player?
I think Gakpo's not.
I'm dropping off. guys.
Cheers, Brian.
Dan,
Brian.
Always a pleasure. Ian, always a pleasure. Dan, great to see you. Always a pleasure, brother. Speak to you later. Come on, England.
Bye, buddy.
Come on,
See you later, Brian.
See you later.
I think that Leao for me, it is the more proven player, and I think if you're going to take a risk on one of these players, right, because they're all similar prices, right, I would rather take the risk on. I get what you're saying about Gakpo because he's proven it in the Premier League, but if you look at the way Gakpo plays, Gakpo is not a traditional winger, right? He's not that type of winger. He's more like an inside forward.
Yeah, he's
I think
type inside. Yeah.
But he's even worse than that because he doesn't really go down the byline often. Leao can also do it on both feet. You've seen it. He's a bit more like a traditional winger, right? But he obviously is an inside forward too. But I think he's more electric than Gakpo, right? I think Gakpo is very predictable, in my opinion. But if it was me, right, who I would sign, I would go for, if Tottenham were going to get 3 attackers this window, I would go and get Leao, go and get Krupi, and then one of someone like a Rashford or someone like a Gakpo, because those 2 players can play as a striker, but also as a winger on each side, right?
So is Savino bottom of the pile for you then?
I would look if I was Spurs. I'd love. Yeah, do you know? I like Savino. I do like Savino a lot, but I'm just not. I just would at this moment in time, I would rather have Leao. Right, and Krupi and someone else. But look, if Tottenham were to bring in goals, just for example, if Tottenham, just to be honest, if Tottenham were to sign a Savino, Krupi, and a Leao, I'm not saying no to that. Put it that way.
No, nor am I.
Put it that way.
I wouldn't want Leao and Rashford in the same squad though.
Yeah, that I agree
in the same squad is a no for me. That's just too much trouble. Now, I've seen Leao play many times. And like I said, the thing is with him, he'll turn up for 2 months, but then he disappears for 2 months. It's not patchy games he has, it's patchy fucking periods. But I'll make you right on what you're saying. We need goal scorers up there. Leao has scored goals. At least Krupi has done it for a season. Savino he's not a goal scorer. He's not what we need there. But would I say no to him? He's better than fucking Tell. Even though Tell actually had a better goal ratio than him last season. But
what do you think, Lubo?
I think we'll buy 2. I heard weeks ago he wanted 8. 8 would be perfect for him.
What new signings you mean?
Yeah. Which included Senesi and Robertson. He's got 6. I've heard since that he wants 2 forwards. And I personally think that the 2 he'll get, I might be wrong completely. I might be completely wrong. But I think the 2 he will get will be Leao. And I think subject to Bournemouth, I think he'll get Krupi as well.
I'm not going to argue with either of them.
Also,
my
Dan,
only point with Krupi was Go on.
Sorry, just before you move this comment, these three is my ultimate. That comment just before, they would be my ultimate front three, like my ultimate three to bring in: Marmoush, Krupi, and Liao. Sorry, and then you can go.
I think the other thing also, Danny, is that I'd also heard that next year, if we get into Europe, they'll go again and they might go bigger, because then you should be able to attract more players of the level that you need, because we're in Europe.
I wouldn't be surprised.
I totally agree with that. This is where I say finishing in the top 4 will get you further than bloody an FA Cup.
Yeah, agree.
Basically,
top 5, Dan. Top 5 now.
Top 5 even. Top 5 now. I mean, and so
can I see if
what I would rather do with Liao? I would rather. I'll come to you in a sec, Ben. What I'd rather do with Liao personally, I'd rather take him on loan for a season, with the choice of buying, not obligation that we have to buy him. I would rather take him on loan, because, like I say, I have seen this player play a lot. Being an Inter fan, and I do watch a lot of AC as well, he's just a very, very... He's got a bit of an attitude like Romero in the aspect of, I'll turn up when I want to fucking turn up, not when you necessarily need me to. But then he also has this other side of him where when he's on his day, just like Romero in that aspect, and Rashford, he's as good as anyone on the pitch. Now, whether you like Rashford or not, when he's on his day, he's a fucking good player and he can put it in the back of the net. But with his attitude and his ego and everything else that comes with it, it's a lot to do. But I would take Liao over Savinho personally, because he does score goals. Krupi, I'm just sceptical of because of his age. That's the only reason. Go on, Ben, with what you wanted to say, mate.
I want to see if I can change hearts and minds in the chat and maybe even the panel. Look, the reason why I would like Savinho, okay, and listen, again, this is just personal opinion. When I look at a player like Savinho, I think, okay, so at Genoa, it is Genoa, right? Girona.
Yeah,
when he was at Girona, you know, he had some fantastic GA. His output was brilliant. I think it was like 9 goals and 10 assists. For a winger of his age at the time, sublime. Look, I think there's a lot of context to a player like Savinho. So he's at Girona, has a wonderful season. He's his first season at Manchester City. Bear in mind, he wasn't playing week in, week out the entire season. You know, he lands, 1 goal and 10 assists, which I think, okay, fair enough, short on goals, I understand that, but the way Man City play, I can kind of understand that. And it was his first season, so there is an adaptability thing coming in. But look, 10 assists and 1 goal, I don't think is terrible for a first season where you are not the number 1 choice. I also think the following season, the one just gone, look, listen, Savinho was stopped from leaving. We all know that. One of the main higher-ups of Man City said, no, he ain't going anywhere. Fine. And he was made to sign a new contract. And I feel like he would have been maybe given some assurances that, quite honestly, probably weren't held to. So you can imagine a player in his position is like, right, well, I've been made to stay. In all likeness, he's been given these assurances. He's not received them. He's not been playing regularly. He's very much a bit part player. And he's not been able, you know, it's going to coincide with not performing well. I just feel like a player like Savinho, if you bring him into a club where he is that starting left winger, you know, and he gets that support from the club, that confidence from the club, you know, and gets a bit of love. And I know it's a bit cliche, but sometimes certain players just need a bit of love to perform to a high standard. We've seen it before. We know what some players can be like. And I personally feel like Savinho would be that type of player. He needs to feel part of a team. So that's just where I stand on him. Like, I understand. Hello, Salah. How are we doing? You know, that's just where I stand on Savinho. I don't know if people agree with that or not. But
Joe, I came on here to say, what is this nonsense he was made to sign a contract? I'm sure that there was no point where he was held at some sort of gunpoint and said, you must get more money, so here, you must sign it. Come on, man. He signed it.
Who are you on about? Who are you on about?
If you're being told, you're going to
say, if he was in Italy, then he would have had a gun put to his fucking head.
Say, we're going to give you more money, though. Are you going to say no?
Exactly. So he wasn't made, but he wasn't made. No player is made.
That, are you? You're being
exactly. But that means But if the way, right, so if you're saying someone's made, in my opinion, when somebody's made, they've got no other choice. They're pushed into it. He was
Right.
not made to sign another contract.
So you're
That's
forgetting my point.
rubbish.
You're going on the way I've worded something. That's what you're coming at me with.
Yeah, I am, because you should word things
apologise
correctly. Talk properly. Come correct, sir.
Yeah, Ben,
All right?
speak fucking English, will you, mate? Come on, we want to
Yeah, man.
understand you. Right, go on, Ben, say it again so Mia understands it.
Oh, what? What, the whole thing?
No, what if she's saying she didn't understand?
It's not I didn't understand it. I just don't think he's correct in saying that he was made to sign another contract. I think that word "made to" is just incorrect.
Again, so you're glossing over my points. You're just going to a singular word. Good Lord. Sorry,
Yes.
I thought you were bright enough to understand
Hang on, Mia,
what I
let
meant,
him
but fair
finish.
play.
Let Ben finish. Go on, Ben.
No, that's what I'm trying to say.
If you're going to
So look,
insult my intelligence, then at least come correct with what you're trying to explain and not use words that are not correct. So you're the one that's in the wrong. So shush.
you have to be sassy with me every time. Good God, right. Either way, okay, so I take back the fact that he was made to sign, but realistically, if
There
you're
you go.
told you're not going anywhere, you're going to sign, you're going to want more money, aren't you? If they say, look, but we'll give you a new contract, you're going to say yes. You would be an idiot to say no. But like I've said, the things
Romero
I've
just
explained
did it
about
basically last season.
well, this is it. But the way I've explained Savino, that's why I stand on ceremony for him, because I just feel like he'd be really well suited to Spurs. He's an exciting player. I mean, again, this is personal preference, because if you ask me, who do you think the safest bet is, it will be Gakpo, because whether he does the same thing over and over or not, it doesn't matter. His GA speaks for itself, and he's done it in England, so the risk is minimal. Bloody Greeks, Jula, nice one. But yeah, so that's where I am on Savino. I just wonder if that's maybe changed anyone else's mind or maybe thought about it.
For me, if we got him, I'm not going to complain. But personally, I think there's better options for us out there, sort of thing.
Okay,
but
fair
I
enough.
suppose, again, at the end of the day, whatever turns you on. Some like blonde hair, blue eyes, some like black hair, brown eyes at the end of the day. But I think we can all agree there's a lot to be positive about for once. And instead of just sitting here ripping into everything, we can actually debate on who we think is the actual better option. And it's not debating crap with crap. You're actually debating a good player with a good player on who you think will settle into the system and who will suit Spurs best. For once, it's actually enjoying to have a debate with people on who is better than the other when they're both worth significant money. And even if you get the one you don't particularly want, you're still going to be happy that you got him because he's 10 times better than what we fucking got. Ain't it just good that we can sit here and have a fucking good debate, argument, whatever way you want to put it, about something positive for once, instead of it's all just how fucking shit are we and this player is diabolical and whatever. It's actually nice to be able to have a debate and disagree on who is the better player, but they're both good players as such.
Joe, one thing I would say about Savino, sorry, on one sec, is that, do you know what? I feel like that all this business we've done so far has been quite decisive. I feel like that if we wanted him, I feel like we would have been more decisive in the window, would have got him already. That's the one thing I
so
would
the
say.
problem there, the problem there is that's actually from everything I've read, the understanding is that the same person who blocked the move initially last season still hasn't made up their mind whether or not they want to let Savino go. I'd love to give you a name as to who that is, but it's some hierarchy at Manchester City.
I've got the information I was given is that Savino is on the back burner because they know they can do a deal with him if they want. I think first of all, the price, right? Spurs would want it slightly less than what Man City want for him. So I think that's one thing because they value him differently to Man City. But the second thing is Tottenham, from what I know, what I've heard, Tottenham believe they can get better than him. So he's like your like what Romano said the other day is that he's number 1, 2, and 3 option. That's a load of bullshit. That's not
bullshit.
True.
Complete bullshit.
That's not true. He's a third option, if anything. Right now he's on the back burner because Spurs know if they really want to do a deal with City, they will do the deal. Right. So it's kind of like it's ready to be done. So what Spurs are doing is they're trying to look to see what they feel they could do that is better for a squad purpose and for as an overall. Because, for example, if they were to go and get Leao, Krupi, and just say Marmoush or a Gakpo in top of that, that's far better as an overall than bringing in just Savino.
Don't
right?
just go for the easy object. Try and actually get the better player for once,
which is
basically.
exactly what they're doing, which I
Fair
think
enough.
is good.
I can go with that.
Yeah, which I think is good. Now, the only thing that Savino is more beneficial than, say, a Gakpo or a Marmoush is that Savino can play as a right winger too, right? Better than, say, the others can. Not saying he's the best out of the lot, but he's got more experience and he's better at being as a right winger and a left winger. So he gives you the versatility as an actual winger. But the others give you better options in different areas. So it just depends on what De Zerbi and what Spurs feel is best for them right now.
Okay, fair enough. So
I don't know what Lubo's heard as well, but Lubo might have heard something different.
So where are you? So all three. So Danny, you are Leao. Lubo, I apologise. Who did you say you would go with? Who'd be your number one?
What? Well, I think he'll buy two. He'll buy two.
Okay.
My gut feeling is Leao and Krupi.
But is that who you would like, Leao? Is what I'm asking. Is that who
Yes,
you would go for out of the three? Okay,
yes,
fair enough.
I think I would. I look at Savino. I know people are saying, look, he played better at Girona. His stats were far better. His stats
He was
for
on the left at
City.
Girona as well.
That's right. His City stats. So he scored 5 in 75 appearances, be it starting or coming off the bench. 5 in 75 for me. Sorry, I can't say I'm impressed with that.
No, fair enough. So we've got three Leao. Mia, where are you out of Gakpo, Leao, and Savino? Who would you go with? Who would you want us to go get?
Gakpo, because I think that he is somebody we know that reliably gives us output. So I think him for me.
Yeah, we had this.
You know what? With what you're saying there, Mia, that actually made. If we actually went and got see you later, mate. Take care of yourself. Just coming on. If we actually went and got Gakpo, it would actually make more sense on what we have actually been doing by going for established Premier League players. And if you look at them, Savino for me isn't an established Premier League player because he's hardly played in the bloody Premier League, just because he's at a Premier League team, but he has got some experience. Rafael has got no experience in the Premier League, and Gakpo has got plenty of experience in the Premier League. So you'd think logically, the way we've been doing it, they would go for Gakpo. But if I'm going for goals and I do want that player who does have a bit of flair in the team, I'd be going for Leao, basically. Yeah. But I would rather take him on a loan.
Do you know what, Dan?
He's a very selfish player as well. And the one thing with him that pisses me off the most when you watch him play.
So is Gakpo.
Yeah, I've heard that. And the one I won't say pisses me off, it makes me laugh because he plays at AC. Is he such a toffee-nosed prick at times that he wants the ball passed directly to his foot, that he's not even willing to run the 6 yards to get it, and he'll throw a tantrum that it wasn't passed to his foot. That's the sort of player he is. But he does score goals, and he does have class moments in him. So I think I'll take the gamble with Leao, and I'm just going to go with other people. If it's got to be a striker, then I'd go with Krupi personally. But me personally, I'd still rather go in there and get in this stat. Lubo, I haven't actually heard your opinion on this one, yeah?
Sure.
And I know what Danny's going to say. Like, you have to bring it to this one again.
Can I just say one thing, Dan, before you do? I just think with Gakpo as well, I actually agree with you. I think Spurs actually want Gakpo the most out of all of them because he's Premier League proven and he's got good numbers. But I think the issue they're having at the moment with him is that Liverpool don't want to sell him, right? And if Liverpool don't want to sell him, unless the player says, I want to leave and makes a fuss out of it, I don't think he's going anywhere. So I think that's the problem that they will have bringing in him, which is why I think it will be Leao, because I think he's the best option we can get right now.
I mean, I think you're the only one I haven't actually asked on this, Ian. What is actually your honest opinion on Kingsley? Do you think he is actually fair? From a football side, not a sentimental side, not what someone deserves or whatever. Do you think he has actually justified a place to be our first goalkeeper, or would you actually rather go out there and spend 35 million on a goalkeeper like Mal Sevilla, the one I keep going on about, how Juventus desperately want him but can't bloody pay the money for it, so they're going to get Vicario basically on loan and 20 mil, or Inter are going to get him? Or would you rather we went and actually spent 35 million on a solid, established goalkeeper? Or do we take this major risk, in my opinion, with Kinski over 5 good games?
Okay.
I haven't actually asked you this one.
Right. Let me run through on my position on Kinski.
Go for it.
He had a really good first game, didn't he? I think it was against Liverpool in the League Cup.
Mm-hmm.
Then the following week he got down too late for Trossard's goal. I went to Villa a couple of weeks later. He let a ball through his hands in the first minute in the cup game, and we ended up losing 2-1. I wasn't impressed. Madrid was a Newcastle. He let Walter Marder beat him for the header for the second goal in the League Cup last October. Then you had Madrid, and I came out of Madrid thinking, God, I never want to see him in a Spurs shirt again.
Mm-hmm.
He came back in. Obviously, Vicario had his hernia operation, which probably answered a lot of the situations that we had with Vicario this season that we didn't have in the previous 2 years. Because the one thing he was good at was shot stopping, and he wasn't getting down to shots from outside the area like last season just gone like he had been. Kinski came in. I thought, oh my God, we got 7 games. We're in deep shit after Forest. But he came in, and the mentality side we've gone through.
Can't fault his mentality.
Absolutely brilliant. But he came in, Dan, and he played. And I think he had 7 very good games. You could say that he was at fault for Enzo's goal at Chelsea. Okay. But otherwise, I thought he was very good for the 7 games. I think he gave the back four a confidence that Vicario didn't give. I think his passing and his footwork was excellent. And I think he played in those 7 games. Forget the saves, forget the save at Wolves, the two against Leeds. I think generally throughout all 7 games, I think he played with a confidence and a poise that you would think someone of several years' experience in the Premier League would have. And for that reason, I just think it's purely gut feeling. I might be wrong. People might turn around to me in a few months' time and say, you were totally wrong, Lubo. And
but they could do the same to me as well, mate, the way I'm going for it.
Yeah, I'll put my hands up. But I think we've got somebody a little bit special here. I think he could be. I think he could be a terrific.
I do too.
I think he could be a
You're not the only
terrific
one who says
keeper.
that.
I genuinely think he could be someone who is excellent. And when you look at the squad, Dan, De Zerbi said, "I've only got 10 or 12 here that I want to keep." And when you look at the squad, take Keeley out, not Keeley, take Gunter out because he was nowhere near, and he's at Boreham Wood now for next season anyway. But the other 28 players, out of 28, he wants to keep 10 or 12. That's 16 to 18 that he wants to get rid of. Now, the kid's just been given a 5-year contract, so you've got to take it that Kinski is one of the 10 or 12 that deserve.
I agree with that. Yes.
Yeah, for the long term. So you look at it. Dubravka's come in. He wants somebody with Premier League experience who could step in if Kinski's suspended or injured or has a loss of form, which is
Fraser
possible.
did for us and didn't do a terrible job. It was okay.
You're not. So my personal feeling is that he's not bringing in you had Ramsdale and you had Raya at Arsenal. So if Raya had a few bad games, you'd look at it and you think, well, I've got a tip-top keeper here. You've got Dubravka, who's coming towards the end of his career, who's going to be really good as a number 2 if he's called upon. So I think that he's looked at it and he thinks, do you know what? I have got so many holes in this team that I've got to work on where I think I need most. I think you look at the defence and you look at Tonali and Fernandes in front of that defence, and you look at who we had playing last season in those 7 games. Dan, we conceded 17 shots on target in those 7 games, which was the least out of every Premier League club.
Yep.
And now you're getting a defence and 2 in midfield that are better than what we had. I think he looks on Kinski and he thinks, do you know what? I'm going to have a punt on him this season. I'm really going to have a punt because I think I've got enough in front of him, and I need so much, and it's not a bottomless pit. Elly could put what 300 million on the table. They're going to start pulling money back. They've got to start pulling money back. They owe 800 million for the grounds. They owe 240 million in transfer fees.
Either way, there's a lot of crap we still need to just get rid of anyway.
Of course, but you would look at it with any top manager, Dan. You look at the squad that De Zerbi inherited, and you think to yourself, he's going to need several windows to sort this out. So for me, he's done a brilliant job so far up to now with the defence and the midfield. We are 4 weeks into the. I think we're 4 weeks into the window. We've got another 7 or 8 to go. And you know, I fully expect him to get two forwards in the next few weeks, and I've been told that he'll be happy with that. He's then got to get rid of players. He doesn't want another centre forward, orthodox centre forward, because he's got Solanke. He also wants to have a look at Lancashire as his number 3. So he wants for next season.
I've heard that as well.
So for next season, he wants 2 more forwards. And if you've got, say you get Liao and Krupi in, you've got Kudus there. So they're going to be your main, they're going to be your first 3. You've got Tell, who I'm told he rates highly, who's behind that. In terms of goals that you can score, Maddison's going to, I'm sure Maddison, if please God he has an injury-free season, Maddison will weigh in with 10, 12, 15 goals. You would think, if you can get Maddison back fit and buzzing.
I think you can get 10 goals out of him.
Yeah,
he's a patchy player as well. I mean, look at when he first started for us. He was 10 games, and him and Basuma were untouchable, and then he was absolutely shit for about 15 games after that.
Yeah,
and they are two bad injuries.
He finished up, Dan.
But he's a brilliant player.
He finished up with a GA of something like 20, something like 10 goals, 10 assists.
No, I'm not disputing that, but he did go missing. I mean, one point on here quickly. I mean, I find it hard to believe you watch Serie A if you think Leo is too risky. Very common with Premier League fans. Well, then you obviously don't know me much, fella, and you obviously haven't listened to me much on here. Yeah, because I do and have spotted out many Serie A players for people and things like that. I didn't say he's too risky. I said it is a risk. Same as Rashford. Because if you watch Serie A, then you're not going to disagree with me that he is basically the same sort of player as Rashford. I mean, if you do, then I struggle to believe that you watch Serie A. I do actually watch him quite a lot because he plays for the team that I don't like, but I do like sort of it. Inter is my second team. I do watch AC Milan play a lot. And I do think it is a bit of a risk for him, but I do think it is a risk worth taking because he is more proven to score goals than the other players. So if you listen to what I said earlier, and also saying he won't get games in the Prem, I never said that once. But so you're saying you think Kinski basically is worth taking that shot with, that chance?
I think we've got a strong enough defence, Dan, and I think the way he held himself and the way he played in those 7 games, I think he looked the part. Now, I understand if you're saying 7 games, it's a small.
Richie looked the part for 5 or 6 games as well.
Well, I thought he did well throughout. I mean, okay, Wolves, he had nothing to do pretty much.
Any player can have a patch, can't they? Any player can have a good patch.
Yeah, but I do genuinely think that we've got enough in front of him, Dan, and I think I've seen enough of him this season. You know, we're coming from 17th. You know, for anybody who's looking at Spurs, this is the new 17th's become the new norm. So whatever we do now is going to be judged against last season. I think we're going to have a much better season. Obviously,
if we finish 10th, we've had a substantial better season than the past 2. If you're going to be realistic, isn't it?
No, yes, but I do think that I think the board will expect European football from De Zerbi after spending the money that they've spent.
If we get goal scorers, yes, totally.
Yes, for sure. So for me, I think Kinski did enough in those 7 games to warrant giving him a run. You could say yes, that's a risk because 7 games? Listen, if you turn around to me and said we're going to buy Mike Mannion or we're going to buy Emi Martinez, then yes, for sure, they are 2 fabulous keepers, and I'd say great, bring them in. But for me, I think, if you're going to say we're going to go and get a Kelleher or we're going to get a Henderson, then I'm thinking, no, I'd stay with Kinski.
It's like when I've read, like, we're looking at, what's his name from City? Trashford. Is it Trashford?
Trafford.
Yeah. Like, no, then I stick with Kingsley. The problem I've got with it, Ian, is for me, 7 games doesn't change my mind on a player. He's got total lack of experience. Mentality-wise, I cannot fault the player. I even bigged up Johnson when he got slated to the ground, and then when he scored 5 games on the trot. I still think he's an absolute shit player, but the mentality to do that, credit where it's due.
If he gets to Christmas, Dan, if he gets to Christmas and he's playing well, would you then turn around and say, do you know what? Fair play to him. He's,
when haven't I?
No, that's right. That's right. I'm just saying, would it take half a season, 1 season for you? What does it take?
If I can see him have a solid 5-6 months, then I can start changing my mind. Then something would say to me like, okay, let's see how he can take it further. But I've only seen actually 5 solid games out of him. The first 2 he played weren't too great. He weren't too great against Villa, but it was the last 5 games he was very, very good. And mentality can't fault him. But I also do think with the lack of experience of the goalkeeper, he's also going to cost us a couple of games. I hope I'm wrong. It's just opinion. Like you said, if it turns out that he's complete crap, you're going to get grilled. If it turns out he's fucking wicked, I'm going to get grilled. I don't care. It's opinions. I would just rather go out, and for a goalkeeper that is that good, 30 clean sheets in 2 seasons. Yes, Roma finished 3rd or 4th this year, but the season before, they were one of the worst I've seen them, with 3 separate bloody managers. They was at the bottom of the table for a while and everything. And that, if anyone goes and watches Serie A, he's a wicked keeper, and they only want about 35 mil for him. They're in the Champions League, but again, I keep telling everybody, Serie A is broke like a joke. It needs money. And I would just rather go for, I think a goalkeeper is just as important as a striker. I know other people see it different. Maybe that's just how the way I play football.
Dan, if you've got a choice, let me put this to you then. If you've got a choice of replacing Kinski or Richie, who do you replace?
It depends with what options I've got. Now, if you give me a choice of replacing them, I'm going to say Richie all day long, But it depends who you give me the choice of doing it with.
I personally think that you're looking at, for me, yes, Kinski's a punt, isn't it? Because you haven't had a big
number
big
2. I've got no problem playing in a few cup games, milk it, because a goalkeeper at 23 is also quite. Goalkeepers usually at their peak at about 28, 30 sort of thing. But one thing you can't say, he has not got experience. He's got hardly
how do you get experience, Dan? How did
obviously you play?
That's right.
You know my attitude. I don't give a toss about the youth players, whatever else in that. I want players that can do it now. Now, if the player is young enough and can do it now, I've got no beef with that. I would just personally rather go out there and spend 35 million on a quality established goalkeeper. And that is quite cheap for a bloody player as well, because he's refused to sign a contract, the one who I'm on about and that. But it's just a personal opinion on that one. But I do understand. I think you need a striker as much as you need a goalkeeper, because a goalkeeper can win you games and save you 10, 15 points in the season, same as a striker can get it for you. I think they are the 2 most important positions on the pitch, where they can do literally nothing throughout the whole game. And as long as they score or save that shot, it's justified that they've done fuck all else on the pitch.
Well, Dan, if you consider that his saves against Wolves saved us a point, and no, in fact, saved us 2, didn't they? That's that last minute save. The save against Leeds, 1.
Excellent.
So if you work on 3, he's got Spurs 3 points in 7 games. That equates to 16 points in a season. That's pretty good.
No, I'm like I say, I don't think he's a crap keeper or nothing, not at all. But I do think I would just rather have more established there. I am a solid. If I build a team, goalkeeper would be one of the first things I put in a team. But that's just the way I play football. Maybe that's just where I like the Italian side as such. But we need the goals as well. So Richarlison's got to go, because we ain't going to get rid of Solanke, because he's got the homegrown side as well and everything in it.
And he likes Solanke as well, from what I hear. He thinks from what I'm told, he thinks Solanke's been played incorrectly for the last 2 years.
Yeah, I've heard something like that.
We can say that about a few players. That's like what I say about Porro. I don't think Porro's worth keeping unless you actually play him basically as a wing back, or play him charging forward as a right back and drop it to a back 3. Because we don't play. A lot of these players haven't actually been played to what they're good at.
Yeah.
I still think Simmons, you get more out of him if we stick him out on the left and have him cutting in, because he done better like that in Germany. But
look at the options, Dan. You go and buy 2 forwards. You got Kudus, you got Maddison, you got Kulu, you got Simmons. Look at the options that he's going to have knocking around that team. You know, you could have a front 4 that's really good, right? Injuries permitting, right the way through the season.
I also agree with Lubo on the Kingski stuff, right? I think Lubo, that's exactly how I feel. Yeah, that's what Lubo said is said it perfectly.
It's fair points. It's fair points. Yeah, I can't argue it. It's fair points.
And with Xavi Simmons, I honestly believe that because De Zerbi was also an attacking midfielder in his day, I think I think Xavi is he's going to have the right coach to coach him into that role. And I think what you're going to see is not, you're going to, what I think De Zerbi wants is kind of what Poch had, you know, and I've said this on your channel, Dan, before.
Yeah,
this
he
week,
does have similarities to Poch, I think.
But I think, like, what I mean by that is the fluidity, right? Like the players will play, they'll be put in a certain position. So for example, when we had Son, Kane, Dele Alli, and Eriksen, they were never really set on their positions. They were very interchangeable, right, during a game, and that's what made it really difficult for teams to stop us when we were in that flow, because you had Dele Alli popping up on the left. Sometimes you see him on the right. He'd be further ahead than Kane. Son would be on the right, and you'd be like, it's all over the place, right? But in a organized chaos way,
in a fluid
way. Yeah, because the players knew if someone was going to be on that side, then their other side has to be covered
with some chemistry there as well.
Yeah,
which
we
just don't have.
And I think that's what he's going to have with the players that we have, especially when Xavi comes back in, because I think Xavi, you can see when he's given that free role to license to kind of just go and play, you can see the kid
he needs space.
He's got talent.
The thing is with Simmons, he needs space.
But I think Simmons is going to show exactly how good he is this season. Maybe
with an ACL injury like that, Dan, you don't even know if he's going to come back proper, because that was a bad injury.
I believe it. I
hope he does.
I believe it.
The other thing also, you talk about Kane. I mean, Kane's not traditional centre forward the way you would look at a Drogba, for argument's sake, would you?
No, there's different types of. I mean, what I call Kane is a complete striker, because he can do everything. He can even feed himself. You can even play Kane as a fucking number 10 and be as good as most number 10s out there, because he can pass the ball as good as anyone out there. He's just a complete striker. Then sometimes you have, like, I don't know, what do they call him? Like a Defoe, like a little fox in the box sort of thing, like they used to call them.
Robbie Fowler.
Yeah. And then at other times you've got your basically anchor man that I would call there, your target man as such, like your Robbie Keane or your Emil Heskey, while you've got your little Defoe next to you doing your job.
Yeah,
like
Ivan Toney.
Yeah, they've got loads like that. But that's all I can say with the window. So far, so good. And I must admit, I am looking forward to next season for a change.
Yeah, me too.
Also, Dan, just to add, one of your favourite players, he's been linked to Man United today because the Edison deal was broken off.
Yes, who's that? Kone,
yeah. Apparently Man United are looking at him as the next target now, as the number one target.
Trust me, on that one, we have missed out on a fucking good player there.
So who would you have preferred, Kone or Tonali?
I think Kone is better than Tonali and Fernandes.
Okay. Dan, I've got
Did you watch him play? Yeah, same.
Yeah.
Cheers for coming on. If anyone watched him in the French game, cheers for coming on. If anyone actually watched him for France the other day, Kone is a fucking good player. But again, it's personal opinion. Right, I'm going to leave it at that. Thanks for everyone for watching, and thanks for everyone who came on. Give us a quick like and subscribe, be appreciated. Now I've got a bit of time on my hands. We're nearly finished rebuilding this place. I can do more shows again in the mornings, in the afternoons and that, and we'll be doing it more consistently again because I've got the time to do it. So thanks a lot to all the guests. Thanks for everyone coming on. Mia, you doing any shows soon?
Yeah, I will be live on Monday at 11 o'clock. So
okay then, so everyone go and subscribe to The Lone Wolf, and thanks everyone. Take care, have a good day, and let's hope England win tonight. I need a few beers. Take care everyone.
Big up everyone.
Come on England.
Back again.
it big, had to run it back again.